Welcome to Raging Bullets, a DC Comics fan podcast, episode 264. Welcome to Raging Bullets. I'm Sean Whalen, drnorge on the comic forums, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Jim. Originally, our show was supposed to have a rotating cast of co-hosts, but I went all reverse Flash on them and got this gig for myself. So is quoted the reverse sensei of the Whatnot, Segulin, in his upcoming prestige format Flashpoint special. They all went the way of Doug. You know, dude, I gotta say something real quick. I know you're in Italy and all, but we really should discuss this. Doug had it coming. I mean, he was all nice and stuff, and he made Barry happy. In comic book land, you might as well paint a target on yourself and play jump rope on train tracks. I mean, that's it. Hey, everyone, it's Tuesday morning, and I pulled an all-nighter cleaning up the show. Jim and I did a really cool recording from Italy. We love doing these episodes where, you know, just because Jim's out of the town or, you know, someplace else, we still want to keep the podcast going, and I always like him to be a part of it. It's been a couple weeks since he's had a chance to actually do some recording on the show, and his family was kind enough to give him some chance to record from Italy. This is really cool because we got to discuss Flashpoint Batman Night of Vengeance #2 in a quick discussion because Jim hasn't actually read the title yet, but I told him about some of the reveals because I wanted to get his thoughts on there, and that was a big issue. We also go in depth on the Flashpoint tie-ins such as Reverse Flash #1, Canterbury Cricket, Lois Lane and the Resistance #1, Project Superman #1, and Green Arrow Industries. Jim shares some stories from his trip, including some visits to comic shops in Italy and the UK, and just some other, fun chat from Jim, which it's always fun to see what Jim's travels are like. And then we have a great segment from Micah Griffin where Micah discusses some of the diversity in comics and what some of his hopes are and what some of his fears are on that. So some great discussion on that. And also what we're looking forward to in the fall, some of our history with comics. So it's another great casual comic chat. And I want to thank Micah Griffin from Geek Brunch for joining me on that segment. Finally, we have some listener voicemails and shout-outs to... I have an appearance coming up on DC Noise, and there'll be more in that segment. So, once again, I want to thank everyone for your patience on this one. It's a little bit of a meatier episode, but hopefully this is well worth the wait. DC Universe Online, for those of you that are fans of that game, just announced their first expansion pack, and there's details up on the website. It's all Green Lantern focused, and go ahead and check it out on our website, and you can see just the press release that they released today. It's kind of cool for those fans that have been looking for a meaty addition to that game, so check that out on our website. Jim, you haven't had a chance to see this yet, but DCB Services put up the new ads for this month. They are doing a special, all 52 books. You can buy all 52 of the launching books in September, 50% off. The regular price on that, and it's a one-click thing. You can literally just order it this way. $159.48 is the regular price. That translates to $79.74 if you're getting all 52 in that one bundle. So that's an amazing deal for anyone, and that's going to be our ad for this month. We're going to keep promoting this because I just think there's a lot of people who are probably interested in trying out as many books as possible to see which ones they like, and to get them for $79.74, I mean, that's crazy.
Outstanding, and it'll make it easier for me to buy two of each of the covers.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. And over at InStockTrades.com, Jim, our August book is going to be League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Volume 1, the trade paperback. And it's regularly $14.95, 38% off only $9.27. And I know you saw the movie, but you never read the original book, and there's some big differences between the two.
Yeah, that's something I'm kind of curious to find out, because I thought the movie... Yeah, I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was entertaining, and I've talked to a couple of people like, oh, if you read the book, you'd be completely shocked at it. And so I'm really curious to get the nice comparison to the two.
That's our sponsor, InStockTrades.com. Want to remind everyone about our summer show contest. What do superheroes do in summer? This can be serious or parodies. Tell us what your favorite hero or villain does during summer vacation. This can be a song, comic strip, Photoshop picture. It can be a spoiler warning. It can be any of the characters from the past or present in DC. Heck, it can even be having some fun with the upcoming reboot over this. First prize is going to be your choice of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen Omnibus or the Legends of the Dark Knight Marshall Rogers hardcover. Second prize will then get the alternate book. And third prize will get a choice from our listener and show donated comic and trade prize bag list. Entries are due on the last day of July in any time zone and should be emailed to ragingbullets@gmail.com with the heading Summer Contest. Jim, what kind of a podcast are we?
Il potere furio un spettacolo spoiler, non amnindo e profondina nella storia de colpi, de trami e whatnot, de libri che stanno rivedere il suo show. Quindi, se non hanno letto il libro, si consiglieri de torre più tardia il mondo da quanta megalo. Gotta see lo spectacular.
You know, the funny part about that was, with the way Skype's working for you right now, you sounded like a robot that's got too much oil in his joints.
Nice.
That was great.
And just in case my Italian was so bad that even the Italians have no idea what I said, Raging Bullets is a spoiler show. We go in depth and plotline, story twists, and whatnot of the comics we're reviewing the show. So if we're going over something you haven't read, you want to come back later so you can better enjoy the show.
Let's talk some comics.
Carter Hall, scientific genius from a far-off world, flies into action as Hawkman.
Jim, I wanted to reveal something, and I had to talk to you beforehand because I didn't want to ruin something for you didn't want to know. This week, Batman Night of Vengeance number 2 is released, and it revealed who the Joker is, Martha Wayne.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I kind of thought they were going to go with that route, and I'm glad to see it.
I was like so thrilled because I threw it out when you and I were talking about issue 1. It was one of those things where I'm going to 100% admit I threw it out there, but I thought it was a wild speculation. I did not actually think they were going that route. But when you think about it, it makes sense if you look at what happened to Bruce with the death of his parents. What would happen to them if the reverse happened? They saw their son gunned down in front of them in Gotham. And it took both of them on 2 very different paths. And I question what happened. You know, did Martha's cracking, is that part of what led Thomas down his path? We don't know this yet. Those are questions that I'm asking now that this has all come out and been revealed. But she is a much darker, twisted Joker than the Joker that we're used to. Just in the sense that it's a different path that she took to become the Joker. I shouldn't say that because Joker's done some really wicked things. But from what we've seen in there, and the problem is Thomas is in a position where he's going off and killing villains. But how do you kill her, considering the relationship? And he has to feel somewhat responsible, only in the sense that he's the husband and the father of her child. The death of the son, you know, could he have done something different for her? The mixed emotions this guy must be going through, you know, considering his solution to Gotham's criminal problem is really something that's got to be intense. It adds another dynamic to the story. I wish this was more than 3 issues.
I know. This is a cool story arc that I'd like to... I wish they could continue down the line. Maybe come back future with a what-if, you know, Elseworld type of story or whatnot. But, yeah, you think about it. His action, his direct action by attacking the bad guy is what got Bruce killed. So you got the guilt on that part, and then if that caused Martha to even lose it, you know, if that was the trigger for her to, you know, kind of lose her touch to reality. This guy's dealing with the double whammy of dead kid and crazy wife, all because of what he did. That's a huge thing. That's a huge pill to swallow.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be an interesting direction for the character. I find myself a lot with these Flashpoint titles wishing that after this there was going to be some form of anthology or maybe series of one-shots in the future. Except, I don't know, sometimes when you do one-shots like that, they're not enough substance, if that makes sense. Like, I almost want to see an ongoing, just in the Flashpoint universe, to continue exploring some of these trends, just because I find some of these stories fascinating. More their background, even, because I'm loving the main Flashpoint mini, and it's obviously when that comes to a conclusion, this universe is done. At least that's my assumption.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that there's characters appearing in Flashpoint that it looks like are going to be appearing in September in their own books? Like, we're going to be talking about the Canterbury Cricket, and like Demon's going to have his own book. But I'm wondering if some of those characters that are in the Demon story in Canterbury Cricket might be making appearances in the Demon, for example, when that series is launched. Not necessarily as being the Flashpoint versions of them, but more of it as it shifts back. These are characters that he is going to have interaction with, some of them, in his book.
I definitely think Demon's one of the titles where we could see some crossover. It's weird because some of the titles that we're getting some really neat one-shots of, like, I kind of wouldn't mind seeing this in the present day, but, like, Ali is a character that I like our version of Green Arrow better than this version of Green Arrow, but this is still a cool story, so I'm not going to knock it and say it's a bad version.
It does sound like, I know you're a fan of the Team Arrow concept. It does sound like in the interviews from the writers on The Source that we are going to be getting a Team Arrow back again. Maybe not. I'm not necessarily talking the Team Arrow where it's necessarily all family related, but it looks like Ali is going to more be relying on. So it looks like some of the elements of this might be carrying over into the DC universe. Not in the sense that it's folding over, but we're going to see maybe Ali relying more on a tech end. Maybe, I don't know. Which I don't have a problem with, because we've always seen Ali be pretty cutting edge when it's come to weapons technology with his arrows. In the sense that you joke around about the boxing glove arrows and the gas arrows and stuff like that he used to do in the past, but if you take a look at the time when those things were created, nobody was doing stuff like that, customizing the equipment. So I think what we're going to see is maybe a modern-day version of Ali customizing equipment. This is just speculating on my end. When they're talking Team Arrow, I guess we might see more of that. I don't know if that means sidekicks and things too, though, which I'm hoping we're going to get. So, because I'd love to see another Speedy in the book again, because I liked that as well.
I think we're going to see Roy, and it's probably going to be the kinder, gentler Roy and not the current version of Arsenal that we're seeing.
Oh, we know. Wait, hold on. I'm going to have to stop you there. We know Arsenal's going to be in the book with Red Hood.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to be Arsenal in there with Red Hood and Starfire, remember?
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. So, yeah, that's...
I'm assuming that takes him off the table, depending on what his status quo is. Because it seems like they're on the run on some level, or they're banded together. It seems like they're going to be more outlaws than... Which makes me question what Starfire's status is going to be.
Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of like an introduction of Starfire to the universe, and she's not going to have her connection to the Titans to pull from.
See, I don't know about that anymore, because the more articles that I'm reviewing, it seems like these are status quo changes for the characters, but I don't know that everything's being... I'm of two minds. Part of me thinks you're right, and another part of me is wondering if we're just going to see a lot of issue ones with, status quo changes that are jumping on points without necessarily you having to know the backstory of the characters, but a lot of the backstory being there. But in situations, the backstory is going to have to change because of character changes. Like, for example, the relaunch of Wonder Woman is going to be a major status quo change. So all the other characters are going to have to fold into that. Like Batman, for example, is still operating. A lot of his backstory is going to stay pretty much what we know from it, because it's not necessary to change them, but his history with Diana is obviously going to be different to reflect whatever her changes are. Does that make sense, I guess? So I don't know that Starfire necessarily needs to change, but if she does, that does mean, like you said, changes for things. How does that affect Nightwing's backstory then?
Yeah. Well, the thing I wonder is, how does it affect the big events that we've seen? Is this going to kind of change around the final crisis? Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. I'm not going to sing out loud.
No,
but seriously.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And honestly, I'm always a fan of figuring out how those events have changed.
I'd love to see a nice little miniseries, maybe even a mega series, stretch it out, 10 issues or so. Really just go into it and kind of just give us what is going on, what is still around. Even at the DC Legends, the Legacy one that we got, it was told from the perspective of that one police officer. Something like that would be a neat way to tell the story instead of just like a electoral style where you're saying this is Superman's past, this is Batman's past. Have it be something, newspaper reporting or just an outside party looking at it.
Yeah, I agree with you. That would be something, and I do think, though, they're better served to wait a little bit on that, because if the whole point of this launch is to make it fresh and new reader-friendly, then you don't want to sit there and say, hey, and here's this mini-series to tell you all the back continuity that we were trying to make easier for you to access. So I think there's a point to doing the mini-series. I do think they need to wait for it before they do it, only because I think you want to just go with, hey, this is the continuity and direction we're going in. I do think that what we need is going to be revealed gradually in the books as the writers need to reveal them to us, but I want one too. But I think they've got to find a nice, fine balance of when they release something like that. Jim, speaking of Flashpoint, this big event, you threw out for me a lot of Flashpoint titles that you have, and I did the little intro with you with Flashpoint's Reverse Flash for a reason. I think we need to talk about that one, and along with some of the, like you talked about Lois Lane and the Canterbury Cricket and Green Arrow, I think we need to talk about all those, but I would like to start with Reverse Flash if that's okay with you, because I think this is pretty pivotal to the whole event, because he is the catalyst of the whole thing. And it really reveals, I think, a lot of what's going on with him. What's his motivating factor, his whole MO. And I really am enjoying that. Did you like the backstory of the Reverse Flash? How much of this did you already know?
Well, first off, I knew next to nothing of it, so this was really kind of a nice enjoyment, and I liked seeing where he played out, where he came from. Yeah, I knew the basics of who he was, but I never really read any Flash stories until we started doing this show. So my knowledge is based on anything that would have been revealed in the last 5 years or so. So it's, for me, this is a cool issue just to kind of fill in the gaps, let me know what's going on with this guy. I really enjoyed it.
One of the interesting parts of this whole story, finding this out, is his need for Barry Allen means if Barry Allen gets wiped out, if Barry Allen doesn't become the Flash, he never becomes the Reverse Flash, and his future is incredibly altered. So he can screw with Barry all he wants to outside of Barry. He cannot kill Barry. Barry cannot die. Also, it lets us know that he has to be the Reverse Flash. He has to create his own reverse speed force. That cycle has to happen in order for all of these events to take place. So it sets aside an interesting precedent for him in the sense that what he wants most, what he'd really love, is to kill Barry. So rather than killing Barry, he decides to give him like this fate worse than death, and he does this all through experimentation. His first experiment was obviously killing Iris. And I love that they've taken Flash's history where he tried to kill Iris and Barry killed Reverse Flash. He takes a look at all that and goes, okay, that didn't work.
That didn't work. Okay, plan A did not work well. Let's go to plan B now.
Now, here's the thing. If I watched somebody snap my neck, that would be the point in time where I'd go, maybe this obsession's a little unhealthy. Maybe I'll take up cards. Video games aren't so bad. A book.
See, I would imagine a video game would be kind of boring for someone who can move as fast as he can, because you're moving faster than the actual controller can handle.
Yeah, but your neck's intact.
That's true.
Yeah.
See, I would rather do that Forrest Gump ping pong, one-man ping pong thing, where he's like hitting up against the wall and doing all those cool, neat tricks. If you had superhuman speed, you could do that, man. You could be the greatest Vegas act known to mankind. That's what I'd go with. But that's just me.
Besides him opening Bubba Gump Shrimp, right, he goes back in time, and I love this bit where you see Barry having this really sweet moment with Doug. And I literally knew right away when he was at Central Comics, and I'm watching these two together and how much fun they're having playing ball and stuff like that. I'm like, this is entirely too sweet. He wiped Doug out of existence. Barry still knew Doug. Like, he didn't take his best friend. Like, Barry actually felt lost there because Doug was there one moment, then he was gone. But Barry was so young that he would have no concept or idea that this would be something that would have been done to him by Reverse Flash. So it's an interesting part with this whole experiment and in his thesis as he's going along is that he can take things away from this kid at a time where it will really hurt him versus not knowing Doug at all, if that makes sense. A lot harder to lose a friend that you've had a strong relationship with, feel more isolated and alone. And this actually would lead somebody to maybe stay away from other people because they don't want to feel that loss again.
The thing I thought was just kind of funny and cruel and just part of the true nastiness and evilness that is the Reverse Flash is the little stuff he did leading up to Doug. Pushing him down a flight of stairs, the big baseball moment he's about to catch, and he moves his arms, he misses, knocking the books out of his hands, so it's just constant one little thing. For me, those kind of things were just like, that's just mean, because, everybody has those bad days, and he's just constantly getting this bad day, and when they introduced Doug into the picture, I was like, Doug, nice knowing you, pal, you're a dead man. Oh.
Well, as touching on your point, he even says this because he said, I set upon a different experiment, demoralization. Science has shown that childhood is the most fundamental time for developing character and personality. And this is the time of greatest vulnerability. He's basically treating Barry like a hamster in a cage. And he's conducting experiments. I mean, he really is. He's watching him go through his paces, and if I do this, if I do that. But he's being very cruel. And, this is like really get PETA on this guy. This is really horribly wrong. And the sad part is, and I threw out the PETA reference, not making fun of PETA, this is why organizations like this have creeped up, because of human cruelty and experiments. And he is exactly proving the point. We have this real capacity for cruelty, and we think that science makes this stuff okay. And, it's an interesting twist in this whole thing. There is some real-world connection to this guy.
Now, the thing I'm wondering, in the past existence of the Reverse Flash, did they previously reveal that it was him who killed Barry's mom and set up the dad, or was that something they just recently added into the story arc?
Well, that was something that they added into the story arc. Well, I don't know when exactly that took place, because most of my reading was Wally. Like, I read all of Wally's run. Like, I got into reading The Flash post Crisis on Infinite Earths when Barry was gone and Wally was taking over. Okay, this is kind of cool. What's this going to be like? So I followed Wally's entire run. On the Barry end of it, I don't know. I'm thinking a lot of this has been retconned, but this is a good one to throw out to listeners. If any of you have a strong history with Barry and know how much of this was a part of Barry's history, feel free to call into the show and let us know what Barry's history was with this. I've read everything with Barry, obviously, since his return. Any of the stuff that Wade did where Barry came back, at different times. But I did not read any of Barry's backstory, other than when he's in team-up books. I read an occasional Flash issue here and there. So I have read Barry's solo issues, but nothing with his family history. So, Jim, I don't know.
Okay. Now, it's funny because as we're sitting here talking about this final page, and not only just the story was a cool story, I got to say I love the look of this. This was a beautiful artistic moment with Reverse Flash just standing there, time to die, Mrs. Hellman, and kind of that little funkiness they do around his voice box, his dialogue boxes, and just that for me is an equally creepy and cool looking page. That I was like, okay, this is nice.
Jim, I'm going to speculate that I don't know that Barry's parents were necessarily alive in the storytelling in the past. Maybe, mom was, maybe mom wasn't, I don't know. But I'm gonna speculate that a lot of this stuff with him killing mom is something new that has been brought in to maybe add more of, to build to Flashpoint, if that makes sense, to build a history to this concept that he can mess with time. Because I really don't remember that Reverse Flash could go back and make this many changes to the past. Could do this. I knew he could come back to the past to fight Flash, and that was something that happened in Wally's book. Familiar with that concept, but the concept of him changing time like that was not something I was as familiar with in the Wally run. So I would imagine if that had been something that had been established all the way back in Barry Allen's time to this level, that he, screwed with mom like that, that was something we would have seen in Wally's run heavily, and we didn't. time travel we saw, and we saw how events could be changed to cause a change in time. But this is what Reverse Flash is doing in all this is huge, and this I would have clearly remembered him being able to play this kind of puppet master with time. Which is why I think this is really a cool miniseries. And I got to compliment Joel Gomez on art, because Scott Collins did the writing, but he didn't do the art chores on this. It was Joel Gomez and Brian Buccellato on the colors. And you're right. First of all, I enjoyed the art all the way through, but that ending sequence in particular, that last page, was something that really struck me as creepy. Added an imposing nature to the Reverse Flash in it. I thought that page, that was the one that really had a lot of pop for me in this issue.
And it's funny because we talk about that page as being the creepy one, but you look earlier when he's killing a kid. Usually that concept alone will add to the creep factor. That had another really great way they played it out. They didn't go into detail. It was more of the leaving it up to your mind to actually create the images that what happened to poor little Dougie. But that's just a great choice in the artist, where they're not laying out everything in front of you. It's our own mind that's creating these horrific images, and just what possibly the Reverse Flash did to these people. I gotta say, that makes things, that Alfred Hitchcock kind of let the mind create the image instead of actually trying to show it up on the screen.
The color work in that 2-panel segment and the last page has a lot of similarities too, as far as in the sense of danger it evokes, because it really does stand out differently from the quiet, tranquil moments of when they're playing ball and then when Barry's back on the porch. But I loved in the second panel where he's holding the kid, there's almost a fade effect going on, kind of fading it out and leaving you to wonder where did he take the kid, what happened to him. Better not to see what happened. You let your mind go there. That is something I'm a fan of in Hitchcock's work. Jim, you wanted to talk about Canterbury Cricket. And this was one I'm like, what in the world is Canterbury Cricket? And this really is, for anybody that's reading the Lois Lane one, it's a cool little one-shot that preludes into that. You don't have to read it to understand Lois Lane and the Resistance, but these are people that are going to clearly be interacting with Lois Lane in the Lois Lane and the Resistance book. And it kind of sets up, who some of the main characters are. Not a group that I had no idea that Canterbury Cricket was going to be teamed up with the characters that he is, because we saw him in the preview just on the cover by himself. We knew it was going to be taking place in England. At that time, I don't know why I wasn't registering that he was going to be more battling the Amazons, or at least being a victim of the circumstance that are going on in the Amazons. I like how this thing opens up, because their characters, other than Etrigan, Mrs. Hyde, I understand the whole Mr. Hyde concept, but, I typically think of Hyde as a Marvel character, and then Mrs. Hyde is, I know the Jekyll and Hyde story. I was a big fan of classic film, and I love seeing the whole Jekyll and Hyde film version. I've never seen Mrs. Hyde before. I don't know if this is a previously used DC character or not. Wicked Ginny seems kind of familiar to me, but I don't know, I gotta admit. And then this Lady Godiva with the hair thing going on. I really liked this because they were fresh characters that I'm like, okay, these are characters that popped up in England because of circumstance. These are characters who maybe would have stayed hidden forever if this war hadn't been taken to their world. Showing that there's a lot of metahumans that are probably in the DC universe that just never either manifest their powers or choose to kind of keep quiet and live a normal life or try a semblance of it. We saw that in a recent issue of Power Girl, where they had that story arc with the metahuman who was kind of staying under the radar. And I love how this is playing in here because it kind of builds on that. I know it wasn't meant to, but it added kind of a sense of, wow, this is kind of a cool concept, exploring that these people, there is an opportunity for characters to pop up in the DC universe who never have before and build this sense that they've been here a lot longer than we realize because they've just tried to stay under the radar.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Cricket continue, and I hope something happens where we're still going to get him in some title somewhere, because one, just the whole concept of this guy is pretty much a morally reprehensible person who, when the Amazons attack, he stumbles onto the ruins, in the church, and and this boom, he's basically endowed with the powers of a super cricket. And I thought that was just a whole kind of just he's created through the circumstances, and it's the fact that the Amazons attacked, the disruption of the tomb of the saint that's in the church, and all, just kind of like the holy, war being added to the, that whole mystical, holy, spiritual type of thing getting added to him, and the fact that this guy who's scummy, realizes, hey, I got to step up for England, and I thought that was a cool just concept behind the cricket.
And I mean, the skull. It was the skull of an Archbishop of Canterbury. Is that what was going on there?
Yeah, it was the Archbishop.
That was where the cricket came out of, and the whole explode. Like, I kept wondering, was the explosion just from the Amazons? Was the explosion from the powers that came from the skull? What happened there? I like that the mystery to the story is because he doesn't even know. Like, he crawled out of the rubble, changed. He has no idea what happened at the time, presumably because he was unconscious. Also, his vision was, not so great at that point. But what a creepy guy. What a creepy guy, though. He's having this panic moment, and with what happened to him, I can understand the panic setting in. You look at him and you got to go, geez, I hope I wouldn't be that. I hope I wouldn't do something like that, because he is a creepy fella. I mean, you mentioned it, but it really hit me just how horrible and reprehensible this dude was when he took this girl who he knew liked him and was playing off of that, threw her in front of the sword. Like, she got stabbed, which the Amazons would have probably captured her, because we've seen what they've been doing in the Lois Lane book to the women. They've been kind of capturing them, taking them off to camps. When they are able to verify there's some potential for real loyalty there, they let them live and then work on them for experiments. So this girl wouldn't necessarily have died. Now, she could have headed down a very worse path as an experiment, mind you, but she had no options because he threw her in front of a sword.
He threw her on the sword. That was just the ultimate, just act of cowardice. Hiding behind a woman, using her as a shield, that's one thing. But he took it to a whole new level where he takes her and throws her on the shield and then runs away begging, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. I was actually rooting for the Amazons at that point.
I was too. But I like that, in this period, like when he became the Canterbury Cricket and this horrific thing happened to him, it became a period of self-reflection where he feels a responsibility now to make things right for his previous actions. So he feels this sense of, I have to do something to clear my conscience, to clear my debts, to clear my, for this girl, for everything else he's done in the past. Because when he walks up with that case looking like a musical instrument, there was some nasty paraphernalia in there that this dude was selling, and a calculator to go along with it. Dude was in a major business.
Yeah, it went beyond, because first I was just thinking he was a drug dealer, but he was going beyond drugs. He was selling probably papers and various things for the college students and stolen property. He was a pure, true con man, just scum. And just for him to make such a dramatic change, because he's even, when the other resistance members are talking about how they're getting paid to do, he's like, what are you talking about? Anyone born on this land needs to stand up and rise to this, we are under attack. We need to defend our home, our land, our way of life. And you're sitting there, you see this is the same guy who previously was selling whatnot and throwing women on blades. Completely dramatic difference, completely dramatic change in who he is. And part of me wonders if it isn't the influence of the Archbishop in him, because there's still some divine intervention going on where he's surviving things that he may not have normally survived. So I wonder if it's all him, if he's truly had a change, or if there's some other influence going on right now.
I think Etrigan is very convinced that there's other influence going on, to the point where he's really uncomfortable around this guy just because of the fact that there is that religious other side of the fence. He's like, yeah, I'm not from that side of the fence, so you just stay away from me. He's got major issues with this. Etrigan's discomfort leads me to believe that your speculation there is spot on.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I did wonder is, are we sure that that's the guy transformed, or is it the cricket that's transformed? Is the Canterbury Cricket actually a cricket who is transformed?
See, I think it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B. I think that they're combined. So I think that he is both the boy and the cricket. I don't know that the cricket... Well, I don't think he has any, like, cricket sentience, though. I think we're going to find... It's not like Blue Beetle. At least I don't think it's like Blue Beetle where, you know, the scarab is a sentient being. I think he's a little bit of the cricket and a little bit of him, but, you know, we're not going to see, like, him doing cricket speak. But that does explain, though, how he is able to do music using his newfound skills.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, this actually, on one hand, it would be kind of annoying to look like a giant cricket, but you know, he's got some advantages. He could do some party tricks, some party favors. You know, you always know what the barometer is outside by just how many times he chirps. So there's some definite advantages being turned into a living giant cricket.
So you're saying he would be a good, like, mascot for a superhero team?
Oh God, yeah. Definitely a good mascot. I'd actually even have him on the team. He's definitely a solid step above Snapper Carr in that he can fight. But I wouldn't put him on the level of, say, like, you know, Superman or Batman on the team.
No, dude, I don't know. I would put him, if I put him on a team, I would never join that team. Because his, like, survival ratio of his team cohorts is very low. Like, his first team was the Ambush Bugs, and we lost Queen Bee, the Cockroach, Firefly, and Blue Beetle. With him being the only survivor.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
With that Ambush Bug team, the Firefly that was on there, they called him Garfield. Did we just lose Beast Boy?
I don't know. I questioned that too when I heard Garfield, so I don't know. I wanted to jump in and interject real quick. Jim and I were speculating here on the identity of Firefly, and I felt like a dunce afterwards because his first name was Garfield, we were speculating that it might possibly be Beast Boy. And I'll jump right back into the discussion, but we have seen Beast Boy in Flashpoint elsewhere. I won't say anything else about that because I don't want to spoil that for anybody as far as where if you haven't read it yet. But he does make an appearance in Flashpoint. Don't remember what Firefly's real name was.
Well, they said when he jumped the gun and attacked ahead of time, they said Garfield no or something like that.
They said Garfield no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if they have anything in the history. No, Garfield Lens is the name of Firefly.
Oh, okay.
So that really is that's the real Firefly. A part of me thought Beast Boy, but then I'm like, that's really a stretch if they never identify him in any other way, shape, or form except a quick little reference to Garfield. It actually shows that hero or villain would head down a different path in this universe because of the nature of it. Mm-hmm. You know, basically the lands are being divided up by these major powers. We've got Grodd doing his thing. We've got Aquaman doing his thing. We've got the Amazons doing their thing. Nazis are taking over South America because of the fact that there was no JSA, or the JSA wasn't able to defeat them. It's interesting how this world's being carved out very differently than the world we're used to. Even Gotham is, you know, if you can imagine Gotham being any darker, it certainly is. Due to its...
The one city in the country you wouldn't think could get worse is getting worse.
Yeah, really. It shows how much Bruce actually and his team actually accomplished over the time. I liked as this story was going on, it actually served a purpose beyond giving his origin in the sense that Mrs. Hyde is able to then regenerate back to full health, so then she can be useful in another fight. Of course, Ginny doesn't make it through that because she takes a dive at the end of this one. This is a cool one-shot. I love the artwork. I'm a big Rags Morales fan, you know, dating back to his days on Turok. And then, of course, things like Identity Crisis and stuff like that. But it was a surprising one-shot because I didn't know what to think of this one. It was one that, like, when they were initially announcing it, I was curious about, but I wasn't super into because the Canterbury Cricket, I'm like, who the heck is this? It turned out to be a very cool one-shot.
Yeah, and when the one-shot gets me wanting more stories involving him, I think they definitely did their job on this one. This was just a great story, and I'm curious to see this guy, what happens with him, you know, in the Lois Lane and the Resistance book. And as I said, I'd like to see this guy, you know, appear later on.
I'm a little worried about him appearing later on because of the fact that there won't be any DC Universe left if he keeps teaming up with people. Like an all-new Brave and the Bold featuring the Canterbury Cricket in every issue.
And does dead mean dead?
Yeah. I don't see...
For his teammates, yes.
Yeah. I don't see Ginny coming back anytime soon. I do like that.
She just got fried.
Rags Morales is going to be doing the artwork on Action Comics with Grant Morrison, so this artwork was just gorgeous in this, so I'm very excited. This got me pumped up for that. You want to jump right into Lois Lane and the Resistance, because it seems like we're already in that spot?
We're right there. Let's go.
Yeah, because Canterbury Cricket, I didn't realize this. I don't know why he and the remaining members of the team are actually on the cover of this one. So it was something I didn't notice from the get-go. But this is really showing a reaction to this world over everything that's been happening. Themyscira, which I didn't realize, was sank because the Atlanteans were on there, particularly Aquaman. This was the Amazons taking a shot at taking out the royalty. So how big a hatred do you have that you're willing to, and also how divorced are you, in Diana's case, with your history now, that you're willing to destroy your home to take out the enemy?
I'm willing to bet this is going to be another one of those double crosses, where it's not actually what you think happened, something else happened. I think it's going to play out in the Wonder Woman and the Furies, where we're going to see the destruction of Themyscira, and it's not going to be exactly what we think it is. It's the seconds to Aquaman, the seconds to Wonder Woman, who are playing them against each other. And I think that's going to be the basis of the peace going to finally happen when those two realize they've been played.
Oh, in a big way. You're right. I do see this being an Orm thing, where Orm's involved in this in some capacity. And you're right, the seconds, like Artemis and stuff like that on the Amazon end, really shows how in the world, if these two just talked it out, if the people as a whole were willing to accept it, if they'd gotten married and they really showed true unity, they could have been the symbols they wanted to be. But because of the hatred and distrust of those around them, they destroyed those opportunities. And that was something that really struck me about the piece. It is one of those things where art imitates life and hopefully teaches us a better way.
Oh yeah, definitely looking at just if things had gone the way they had planned it, the way they had initially intended it, I think both the Amazons and the Atlanteans would probably be in a much stronger position than they are now. That's the thing that's kind of got me chuckling, that their seconds, betrayed them because they wanted to protect their way of life, and they're not only ruining their way of life, the way that they could have gone through would have been so much better. This whole Flashpoint story could be completely different in that this Amazon Atlantean mixture power couple could basically be conquering the world instead of destroying it, which has me wondering, is the Reverse Flash, is he the one who's kind of feeding the information to the others? Are we going to find out in the end that he's the one who set them up, said, hey, do this would be better for you, or is this truly them, going down the wrong path?
Well, I think a lot of what happened, you got to remember, this is a world without Superman. This is a world without Batman. And this is a world without the JSA doing the things that they did in World War II. This is a world where heroes prior to this really didn't have an opportunity to take a leadership role in this universe. So we're finding out that Aquaman and Wonder Woman didn't have a world where them coming out of their respective worlds would be something that happened the way that we were used to. Like, Diana's first meeting with Steve Trevor went very differently than what we were used to, because this was already happening. This war had already started taking place. So look at how different her journey into the world of man was. And all this was because of pivotal events that the Reverse Flash put into place. So did he have a role in this? I don't know how large or small it was, but obviously his goal was to break up the JLA, to make sure there was no JLA for Barry to connect with. Because remember, when Starro and threats like that came to this world, Barry was a part of the Justice League. And there is no Justice League for him to rely on. Hal Jordan is not Green Lantern. Batman is not Bruce Wayne. Superman, well, it's a whole other problem. But, going straight on through, Martian Manhunter, what's his deal? What's going on with Aquaman and Wonder Woman are obviously clear indicators this world, and Green Arrow, all these people are off the table, at least in the way that Barry was used to. So who do you rely on, and how do you pull a band together in this situation, which is something he's currently facing? So I really enjoy that aspect of this. We see Lois Lane. She was in France covering a fashion show in this dark world, trying to, keep some semblance of normalcy, and they're victims of circumstance. They just happen to be here when basically Aquaman's race is attacking.
Yeah, I was kind of chuckling that we see Lois Lane, the intrepid reporter, who, again, she's still the same kind of personality that we've always known. She's after the hard story. She doesn't want to be doing a fluff piece in France. She wants to be dealing with the fact that there's this international war is about to break. We got the Atlanteans, we got the Themyscirians, and she's right in the middle of it. And I thought that was kind of cool, just seeing her react to it and roll with the punches. This is still that same, general's daughter, taking care of the situation, but she's also calls into Perry and reports it, and she's trying to get the information out there. And I thought that was kind of a coolness to see she is still who she is.
Yeah, I do get the impression, though, with her that she hasn't had that big break story that we're used that, because remember, Superman was her big break story. That was the one that, kind of started putting her on the map. And because of Superman's lack of status quo in this universe, it put her in a position where she hasn't had that yet. So she's covering stories like this that she normally would have to have covered before on the Daily Planet. We saw her covered things like this. But this seems to be more her MO now, more of what she's doing in this world, and something she's constantly wanting to get away from. Jimmy Olsen's role in this is fantastic. I didn't see it coming, because we see Jimmy, being the daredevil that we're kind of used to, where in the sense that, he's willing to do what he can to try and get the pictures, but we're also seeing how heroic we've always known Jimmy to be. He's being heroic without having been Superman's best friend. So this is something, a lot of the core values that Jimmy had were things that Superman brought out of him, but now circumstances are bringing out of him. So I like seeing that Jimmy Olsen, like you were mentioning with Lois, we're seeing Lois adopt her qualities because of this circumstance. She's thrust into the big story, so she's doing what she can to get as much information as she can in the big story. Even though she's a little bit of a fish out of water in this, we're seeing her core values. We're seeing Jimmy's core values here. I really liked that. Jimmy obviously is not long with us in the story.
Yeah.
But I liked how that all went down. And the relationship between Jimmy, where she's calling him, Olsen, and it's clear the two of them aren't as close as we're used to seeing them.
And part of that came about with the Superman relationship, because when she was pursuing the story, she wanted Olsen there for the picture. She wanted, the pictures that go along with her words. So she always had Olsen there, and they're spending more time. I think this was a great, just kind of, it's sad to see Jimmy die, because, Jimmy Olsen must die, I guess, and we're finally seeing that. But, I like seeing him run down, grab the baby, and save the baby. Then the one guy falls, and like, I'll go get him, and as soon as you're like, that's a bad call there, Jimmy, because you're done for. And that was just a cool, the shock and awe, and even Perry when he's back on the phone talking to Lois, like, Lois, that whole, oh my God, what's going on over there? These were just some cool human moments that. We got this kid who's not Superman's best friend, who can't hit the supersonic watch for help and come and rescue me, and he's still doing with this. But he's also a member of this, an agent for Cyborg. So there's even another level beyond this where he was Cyborg's contact to try to get in touch with the UK resistance. So I thought that was even another cool piece to it, that we're still seeing more of Jimmy Olsen, being Jimmy.
Well, I got the impression that Cyborg was already in contact with the UK resistance and was using Jimmy like a liaison when that was already there. Because my impression is that Cyborg seems to be the leader of everything. He looks like he's just working for our government, but in reality, I don't know if he's doing it on behalf of the government or doing it on his own. I'm getting the impression that Cyborg, because of what we've seen, and there's things coming up, because you haven't read Flashpoint 3.
Right.
There's things coming up with him where we see that, there's more to Cyborg than we realize. I think this is a great introduction of the direction that they're going in with Cyborg in September.
Oh, cool.
That we're going to see Cyborg on the Justice League. And I feel like what we've already seen from it, and this isn't spoiling anything from issue 3, I'm talking about even in issues 1 and 2 when we've seen Cyborg. We've seen him in more of a leadership role, more of being a guy that people can go to. It's a nice transition piece, because I've always thought he was that character anyway. I saw that from him in Titans. But to see him interacting solo with the heavy hitters like he is, I think has been a great introduction to his leadership potential. See Lois with the priest. This was something that I thought was interesting because the Amazons come to rescue her. They're willing to take the children. They won't take the priest because he worships a false god, which is an affront to their new world, which I thought was something that was interesting. I liked seeing that kind of attention to detail.
Yeah, definitely thought that was coolness. And I like the fact that they did show somewhat mercy to the small children, to the male children, but it makes me wonder, what are they doing with those kids? What are they using those male children for? The females have the potential to grow up to be Amazons. But these males, we see later on in the issue that they separate the men from the women. The guys are kind of going off somewhere, and it's just, you're like, oh, that's really nice that they're taking the children. And then on the other hand, you're like, what are they doing to the children? Wouldn't it have been better just to let the kids stay there?
I wonder if we're going to see that. Are they just prisoners? Are they labor? Are they something more? I don't know. What happens to prisoners of war? They're dressed in prison outfits when they separate Lois from the men. Like, all the men are wearing the same suits. They've got these collar and cuffs on their wrists. So, they're definitely prisoners, but is there more to it than that?
Well, the thing we see Lois fighting in the arena, I'm taking it that's a former male prisoner.
No, that's a female. Jim, they say that's a female experiment gone wrong. Remember, they were experimenting on females to make them, the ones that aren't Amazons, to give them Amazon strength. These were experiments gone wrong.
Oh, okay.
Because they said that they have a technological process to transform female recruits to Amazon power levels, but it has a considerable failure rate. So they think that the recruits are what they end up facing. So that was part of the investigation that Lois was revealing. This is why Lois needed to be extracted now. Because remember, she was saying, get me out of here now, because she had reached that point where she was about to be part of the experimental process. So that's what led to her escape.
As you're talking, I'm rereading it, and I see right there, week 32, I'm scheduled for conversion tomorrow. If I'm going to get out of here, out of their clutches, it's got to be now or never. And, okay, that makes sense why she's running then. And, all right. Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. With her, running for the escape, she's able to do some damage to the lesser guards. But when Artemis and or Hawkgirl show up, it's a whole new ballgame. And that's something. The ending of the issue really has me curious and excited for the next issue.
Well, and here's the thing. This is the reason why Cyborg is leading me to believe that there's a relationship with the Resistance over there. This Penny Black shows up right during Lois's extraction. That was no accident. She came there to extract Lois.
Right.
So this is obviously showing that Cyborg's role in that Resistance is pretty huge.
Well, and they talk about in Canterbury Cricket that their employer has money and he's paying them, and he wasn't born in England. So I'm thinking Cyborg is the leader of the Resistance.
Yeah, well, we'll see what's going to happen. I'm very intrigued by this world. The more of the issues that we're reading, I like seeing what's happening and what's going on. Hawkgirl actually really fits in this, and I understand now what they're doing. Amazons are obviously losing females during the war, and they need more. And anytime you're losing soldiers in battle, you need to replace them. The problem is they're running out of a population base of Amazons, so they need to create their own. So it really is, they're going through the selection process of finding women who could potentially be really loyal, and they're putting them through this technology-based program of trying to force them to become technologically enhanced Amazon. And, this is something that Lois has uncovered, this major scandal. And it's all because of the war. None of this experimentation would be happening if they weren't at war. But look at how this has taken this race. And their thirst for winning against Aquaman's race has led them to do these horrific things to women. How many women could have, without being enhanced, been loyal to the Amazons, truly loyal? Even, sisters to the Amazon race, without being experimented on. And yet they're doing these horrible things to them.
It does just make you wonder, war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Oh, my.
At least I didn't sing it.
Can we talk a little Project Superman #1?
Oh, God. Project Superman. Yes.
This is Scott Snyder, Lowell Francis, Gene Ha, friend of the show, Art Lyons on the colors. And, I definitely like to get Art on to talk about the color work on this one for, one of the later issues of this. But seeing as, the first issue's out, I don't want to avoid talking about this because I really enjoyed this. I didn't know what to expect. I figured it was all going to be focused on Clark. And it's really focused on a world where we've got, characters like Nathaniel Adam and this General Lane. And these characters are being put in these experimental projects where alien DNA, alien creatures, superpowered creatures are being used to develop superhumans on Earth. They're experimenting to create their own warriors in a world where you've got Diana and the whole Amazon race. You've got Arthur and the Atlanteans, these superpowered, you can't forget about Grodd and what he's doing in Africa. You've got these superpowered beings taking over the world. What do you do as a race, as a nation? You got to start experimentations. Now, taking the morality out of this, because, I have major moral issues with what they're doing. And, genetic experimentation is always something that, to me, you can see the pros and cons of it. Well, you want to, move forward as a race, you want to protect yourself and all that. But what are the side effects of this? What can this potentially do to people? Human experimentation, animal experimentation is not something I'm very fond of. Yet there's that other part of me that understands why it's necessary. It's a very, very tricky thread of things when you take a look historically at this. I can understand why they're doing it. I don't agree with it. I do fall in the category of I'm not a fan and not for experimentation on living things, but I can see the other side of it. This really touches on that, and the discomfort of this is something, because look at what it did to him. This guy was a respected soldier when he came into this. Now everybody's afraid of him. Nobody wants to be near him. Even Lane, when he sees him come out of this machine, is looking at him, stepping away from him like, whoa, wait a minute. That was something that immediately struck me. We have this soldier who went in and went through this Project Superman thing, and look what happened immediately.
Yeah, it's the hands-off kind of. They made him what he is, but then they're scared of what they've made. And like, you know what? This is who he is. And it kind of makes you wonder if they had treated him differently, if they maintained that level of camaraderie with him, would he have completely gone over the edge? Is it because of the power that he got corrupted, or is it because of the way he was treated that he became this monster?
You treat somebody like a freak long enough, they
become a freak.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. Whereas if they'd embraced him, helped him, tried to work, remember, that's what Ma and Pa Kent did. Why do we always look at them as being the template of superhero parenthood? Well, it's because, quite frankly, when they were raising Clark, they embraced him, they helped him, they nurtured him, they made him feel normal in a world that people tend to, anybody who's got a difference, they tend to get frightened by it, they tend to rebel against it, instead of realizing that we've all got quirks and differences, and they're just slightly different than the ones we're normally used to. I love he got to the point, though, right even from early on, he realized that some of his powers he was better keeping to himself. Because the more he was changing, the more he was adapting to these powers, the freakier he was becoming to everyone else around him. So he kept like the X-ray vision and the super hearing to himself. Now, is he being combined with, like, is this Project 6 alien DNA? So Doomsday's part of Project 6, but he's not the only one. Right? Because there's Project Superman, there's so I don't know. I mean, and that's something that's interesting to me. There's more of this, and I don't want to say too much because more is revealed about all this in Flashpoint 3, as far as other projects that are in there. Did you take it that his DNA was straight from Doomsday, or is it a combination?
Well, it was funny because I was thinking, could there be another Kryptonian on Earth that we don't know about? What if Clark wasn't the only one to fly and land on the planet? What if they found somebody else, and that's where his is coming from?
Historically, dude, more than one Kryptonian did come to Earth.
Right.
No, what I'm saying is there's two others in particular, namely a dog and a girl.
Right.
More than one. But I don't, like him, I'm looking at, I think there's, because it says Project 6 for Doomsday, which that leads me to believe there were at least 5 other projects, right?
Yeah. If you got a Project 6, there should be at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So I wonder what all of those are, because that's something that hasn't been revealed yet. I don't know how much of those we're going to get into in all this, but you get the idea. And then is there a Project 7, 8, how many more go beyond that? With this guy and all the experimentation they've done with his powers and his need to get out on the field, he was so anxious to get out on the field, and they were right to want to keep him away from the field. Because look what happens on his mission with his team. He's trying to rally the troops when he's in the plane and all that. No problem, we got this, guys, right? Guys? And nobody's responding to him. But in the field, when they're out there battling, he actually winds up killing his whole squad and the bad guys.
Yeah, he's got a worse team performance than the Cricket does. Because at least the Cricket didn't kill everybody. This guy kind of lost control, and everybody gets decimated. And it's one of those things with so much power. It's collateral damage and or even just pure psychoticness snapping. Because I don't know if it was his pure energy that was destroying everybody, or if he was hitting his own people.
And I don't know that he knows. Because when you look at, like, if you take a look at the original sequence where he's going up against the soldiers on the other side, look at what he was seeing. He started seeing all of these the masked characters and stuff like that. Were they really there? Because it looks to me like we had soldiers that were there fighting, but I wonder if those weren't things that he was seeing. Do you follow me? It was messing with his head?
Oh, definitely. Could be that. I when I first read it, I took it that they had some masks there, they had some regular people, and he was just chewing through everybody.
But look at the initial assault, though, dude. When he's doing the initial assault, all I see are soldiers. Like when he's initially running in, it's his soldiers going up against their soldiers. When you see the scenes with the masks, you see the soldiers on the one side, but then you see 2 masks shooting at him, and I can't help but wonder if maybe those weren't his people. I don't know.
That definitely could be a possibility.
I wonder if those superpowered people that were attacking him, when he sees all of them, the collateral damage, if those weren't his entire crew that he was seeing illusions from. I might be wrong. I might be totally wrong. Sometimes these experiments, what do they do to your head? They alter you physiologically, but what do they do mentally to you? And that was something, did they test that enough? I don't know. I would love to see him teamed up with the Canterbury Cricket, though. That may be the perfect Brave and the Bold team-up. 2 heroes. Unable to be on a team with anybody else except each other. Just have the 2 of them together because everybody else dies around them. They have that in common.
Well, 2 negatives do make a positive, so the negative factors that their teammates all die around them could counteract each other. We could actually have a super team with these 2.
No, dude, it's Flashpoint's world's finest. I dig this, though, because it really is one of those things where they lock him back up, and I think when they lock him back up, it breaks more into his paranoia. He's sitting here saying at the end, they locked me down, tried to sedate me. Lane never came, wouldn't look at me. I think I understood then why attachment leads to suffering. I would have to destroy those old attachments to become enlightened. So now this guy is becoming an alien unto himself. Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second, dude. That's when fate intervened. So at the end of this, is that the Superman meteor shower? Yes, it is. So this guy isn't from a Kryptonian then. It really is from Doomsday. He can't be from a Kryptonian. He's from, because Kal-El was the first Kryptonian to crash land.
See, that's what I was always wondering. Was he the first one to crash, or was there... What if in the Flashpoint universe, somebody else got off the planet? What if Jor-El and the wife also got off, but got off on a different plane?
Then how would Kal-El get here?
Delays in travel, maybe he missed his connecting flight. I don't know. It can happen.
He had a bad layover.
He had a bad layover, so it took him a little bit extra to get there.
That doggone Mars.
Yeah,
I totally am curious to see what DNA his powers came from. Is it because they refer to Project 6 and Booster Gold, which is, am I right, that's Doomsday?
Yeah. So whatever created Doomsday, whatever put Doomsday on the planet is what's, they're taking and feeding from. But is this more evidence that Doomsday is kind of associated with Kryptonians? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's a cool series. I actually like the mystery of it. Because now that Kal-El's landing, what does that mean for Kal-El?
The question is who's going to be raising Kal-El? Because at first I was thinking it was going to be, just the government raising him, and that's why it was the Project Superman. But what if, the Lieutenant Jenkins here, kind of takes over and he becomes the father figure for Kal-El?
You need to read Flashpoint 3.
I need to read Flashpoint 3. Okay.
I'm just going to leave it at that. 'Cause I don't want to spoil that for you.
Cool.
Definitely need to read Flashpoint 3. So you'll see what happens there. I'm curious to see what the direction this series is going to continue going in, though. Because this all predates, obviously, the events of Flashpoint 3. And Flashpoint 1 and Flashpoint 2. We know that. This is a series very similar to what's going on in Flashpoint Wonder Woman and Flashpoint Aquaman. These are the backstories, giving us some history to this universe and this world, which I quite like. I like reading these stories that are history because you don't have to be reading this to understand Flashpoint at all. So like what I said to you in Flashpoint 3, it's not going to reveal anything, it's not going to spoil anything reading Flashpoint 3 in the next 2 issues of this series, because this stuff is all going to predate that. So I'm very curious to see what direction the life goes with this guy. Like you said, is he going to have interaction with Kal-El? I am very curious for that. A part of me, I guess, I don't know why I had this stuck in my head, because his X-ray vision and his strength, like his strength was linking me to Doomsday, but his X-ray vision and super hearing and stuff, I guess I was trying to link to Kryptonian, so maybe your theory that there was some other Kryptonian might be the case. Oh, dude, what if Martian Manhunter?
Could be Manhunter. Manhunter could be some other thing from there.
Because those powers fit him, too.
Well, Manhunter doesn't have X-ray vision, though.
No, but what if that's telepathy that this guy's got?
Yeah, that could be as well. Like, instead of he thinks he's only hearing it, but he's really hearing it with his mind.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's more linked to Doomsday, though. I think that might be. This is a sign of a good first issue. It has me very curious as to the direction of this. Like, I've read this twice now, and I want to go read it again because I'm still trying to wrap my head on all this. Because a lot of my focus on this has been just how this poor guy's been isolated from everybody, where there was an opportunity to nurture him and make him feel a member of the team. Everyone's isolating him more and more, and that's leading him into this idea of breaking attachments for enlightenment. The treatment that he's gone through is putting him in that position.
Yeah, I think we just need to give him a hug. He needs a hug. He needs just a little TLC, and he'll be okay.
This Flashpoint event's been absolutely terrific.
Hope this craft can withstand this powerful force.
Before I kick into this voicemail segment, I want to give a quick shout-out to the DC Noise podcast. I had an opportunity to be a guest on there this past week, and it's going to be episode 165, I believe, is the one that I'm on. 164 was the one that they just released recently, and I know they record 2 episodes back-to-back, and I believe it was the first one, episode 165, that I'm going to be on. But that's dcnoisepodcast.com, all one word, and links are in the show notes. But definitely check me out there, and I really had a great time talking with the 3 fellas, and we had a great discussion. I was laughing the whole time and really had an enjoyable comic chat. So we talk about things like Flashpoint and then just DC Comics in general. And they have a question and answer segment that was really kind of cool. Their listeners were sending in questions, and we answered a lot of those questions. And we just had a really fun, light opportunity. And it was Mike, Keith, and Daryl that I had the opportunity to join there over on the DC Noise podcast. And I thank them very much for the invite.
Hi, Sean and Jim. It's Rob McIntyre from England. I'm just leaving a message because I think I probably made a little bit of a mess on my first one and didn't get my message over. First of all, I'd like to say I'm a massive fan of the show. I love the way the format's set out, where you're seeing to me anyway, like you're two guys in a bar just talking about comics over a cold beer. I love the way that you discuss it in depth, you go through everything. You've certainly influenced me on the way that I now look at comics. Before, I never even used to reread comics. I'd read them once and then never go back to them, maybe for years. I now read a comic 3 and 4 times and get a lot more out of it, so I've got you to thank for that. I like the way that you actually talk to us rather than at us, because that's how it seems to me. On some podcasts, people talk at us, telling us what we should be reading. You talk to us, tell us what you believe we should be reading, but finally leave it up to us to make us own mind up. So I like that aspect of it as well, guys. The other reason I'm ringing, one of the big influences you've had on me is that you've given me the courage to set up my own little blog. I've entitled it A Bit Too Old for Comics, because as I'm fast approaching my 50th birthday, when I ever talk to people and I wear my comic badge loud and proud, they can look at me and say, "You're a bit too old for comics." To which I always reply, "You're never too old for comics." So I've titled my blog that. It's going to have comic news, sci-fi news, any comic film related news, and I will put reviews on comics as well. Mainly DC, but there will be some independent ones as well on there that I particularly found out I've liked. So I'd like to thank you for your inspiration for doing that. I'd like to give a bit of a shout out to a gentleman named Martin Gray, who has a blog called Too Dangerous for a Girl. He was an influence on me, and he helped me set up my blog. He gave me some ideas. He's helped tremendously as well. Finally, I'd just like to make a bit of a mention about the coming changes to the DC universe. Having read comics, Batman mainly, since I was a young boy, I'm a little bit disappointed that the numbers are changing to 1, and that we're not going to get DC comics like Detective going into the 900s and beyond. So that's disappointing for me. But my head says it's the right thing. It will appeal to more readers, bring more readers in, and hopefully we'll still be reading and talking about comics in 10 and 20 years' time, as opposed to it becoming the dying art. But my heart says I wish maybe Detective Comics could have stayed at the number it was, but I know it's for the best. Anyway, thank you for your time, guys. Keep up the good work. I'm going to be listening, and thank you for being an influence for me, and hope to speak to you soon. Bye.
First of all, I want to thank you for the kind words about the show. And, it's one of those things where I always want the show to come off as, us talking to you as friends, things like that, because that's genuinely what Jim and I are doing when we're talking to each other. And we are talking to you, actually. I think, at this point in time, I think we've gotten used to the fact that we aren't just talking to each other, we are talking to the audience. So thank you for that feedback. That's always really helpful to know that it's coming across that way. Actually, nobody's ever told us it in that fashion before, and that was really cool. Congratulations on the blogging. It's comic book commentary. I think is something all of us as individuals and groups of people have wanted to do probably since we started reading comics, whether you're newer to comics or, like you and I have been, reading comics as a lifelong thing. And I don't think you're ever too old for comics. I think, that's part of the problem with how people, I think, who don't read comics regularly perceive it. I don't think they realize just how diverse the medium is. And Neil Gaiman said this once, and I forget where I saw the interview or commentary from him. It might have been on as a DVD extra or something like that. He said that comics are a medium, not a genre. And I think a lot of times that's something that gets lost, that comics can be filled with many different kinds of genres, many different kinds of age group categories, from things that are, family friendly or all ages friendly to things that are geared and targeted to different tastes and styles and things like that. So I'm thrilled that you have an opportunity to be doing your own blog. And it's definitely linked into the show notes here, so anybody who hasn't had a chance to check out his blog, please go ahead and check in our show notes, and you can click on that. It'll also be up on ragingbullets.com, so if you click on the show notes right from this, you'll get to his blog. But thanks, and welcome to blogging. And Martin you can't get hooked up with a better guy than Martin Gray. And, Martin's been one of those guys that I've been fortunate enough for a few years now to have been following Martin's blog, and he's tremendous at it. So congratulations and much success to you on your blog.
Hey, guys, Don Sanderson here, just listening to your Green Lantern movie critique. I saw the movie in 3D. I loved it. I thought it was, in my opinion, one of the best superhero films I've seen from the standpoint of action, not so much the story or whatever, but just watching somebody do what they do in the comics brought to life. The Spider-Man films were great. Haven't seen Thor yet, but anyway, I guess my next comment, though, short of seeing another Lantern film, which should be inevitable, is I just am kind of sick to death of seeing DC rehash Superman and Batman films. It's time to do what Marvel is doing and introduce all the characters in their own movie to set up the Justice League movie. So a Wonder Woman movie and a Flash movie, and of course a Hawkman movie, maybe even a Green Arrow movie, have got to happen. And the longer they take to do this, they're going to lose interest in us.
Hey, Don, your message cut off partway through, so I wanted to make sure to play the portion that I had. It's funny, the sad part is I agree with you in the sense that DC has a lot of original properties that I think would look great on the screen. The sad part is if you look at the box office for Green Lantern, it's not matching what a lot of us, I think, as fans believe. I do agree with you that, first of all, I like the idea of a brand new Superman film. I've really enjoyed the current Batman series of films. So I don't know that I agree that I don't want to see more of those, because I really do. I want to see the other properties have an opportunity to branch out too. I don't know what did it for Green Lantern this time. I don't know if it was the summer of comic movies, maybe just too much of them and there was comic movie overload, because I really think quality-wise they've all been great. I think this has been a summer of really terrific comic films. Thor was great. I really enjoyed X-Men First Class. I'm looking forward to Captain America coming up. And, Green Lantern I thought was tremendous. I don't think it's been an issue of quality on any of these films. I think they've been diverse. I think they've been different. I don't know if people are just getting overload from the comic book stuff or what's going on. Unfortunately, this film did not do as well, and I'm hoping we get a sequel, because I do think if this film had an opportunity at a sequel, I think with the way that this one built, I think it lends itself to a film that's even going to take it up to another notch. And I loved it. I thought it was a tremendous film, and I agree with you. And you seem to be alluding to, as the message started to cut off, a Flash film. I hope there's a Flash film, because that's something I'd really love to see on the big screen. I think it's a character that would be exciting, vibrant. I don't want to see it dark. I think what would be great is to see a Flash film where he is more of a friendly, accessible character. What do we expect from Flash stories? I think, Wade's run and what Johns has done with the character and stuff like that has shown that you can have a cool, exciting, friendly, heroic character that has just as much depth and excitement and danger to it as you can other grittier characters. And I think we need different characters put on the screen, ones that feel unique. I don't know. I've kind of baffled on this, because I'm inclined to agree with you. That'd be great to have more comic properties out there and in the eye of the public, just to show them how cool comics can be. The sales numbers, though, on this Green Lantern film just have me floored. Very expensive film to make. It was $200 million, I believe, is what it was. And as of when I'm recording this reply to you, it hasn't hit that mark yet. So I'm really worried about this film. And I'm talking about worldwide gross. It looks like number-wise it hasn't even hit that yet. Now, there's things like DVD, Blu-ray sales and things like that. Hopefully merchandising that's going along with it. They're seeing profits and things with that. And that might drive them to say, hey, okay, we've set aside a lot of these foundation pieces and maybe we can do a sequel. But it has me worried. It has me worried about not just the fate of a Green Lantern sequel, but the fate of other properties. And hopefully that is something where they're not gun-shy to try something new. Anyway, Don, if there's something from your message that got cut off, please feel free to call back again. Your message got cut off towards the end, and I just want to make sure that we get everything you wanted to say on the show. And thanks, as always, for the friendship and for the kind words about the podcast.
Hey, Sean. Hey, Jim. It's Jamie again, JD74. And I wanted to get my two thoughts in on the Green Lantern movie and Green Lantern Emerald Knights. I saw Green Lantern Emerald Knights pretty early. I got it on Amazon, and I loved it. I think it's probably my new favorite DC animated movie. I loved how all the stories intertwined with the main story of Hal and Arabia and the rest of the Lanterns fighting Kona, and then you get all these other stories that kind of interact or have some sort of meaning to the moment at hand with the first Lantern and Mogo and Lara, which I think was my favorite story as well. Although I did really enjoy the first Lantern story. That, I think, was really well done. I loved seeing Mogo doesn't socialize, on the screen, which was really neat to see. And I loved the ebb and flow on it. I thought the actors did really well. Nathan Fillion, he's my Hal Jordan in a way, because I always wanted to see him do Hal Jordan. Because I think as Mal Reynolds, he kind of had that Hal Jordan, swagger. So that was kind of cool for me. So overall, I really like that movie. Probably my favorite DC animated thing so far. Green Lantern, the movie. I loved it. It is my favorite superhero movie, maybe my favorite movie. I went in with my Green Lantern hat, my Green Lantern shirt, and my movie ring, and from the moment it went on till the end, I was just giddy. It was amazing to see my childhood, my favorite fictional character in Hal Jordan brought to life. It was amazing. And I love the story. I love the interactions with the characters. I love the plot. It was really cool. So, I liked it. I thought it was great. I'm really disappointed that it's not doing better. And, I can't wait to own it. Can't wait to see it again. Green Lantern movie was really, really good. So, my quick reviews. I love the show. Keep doing it. And I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
For anyone listening, remember our show voicemail line is 1-440-388-4434 or drnorge on Skype. And it's similar to this, any show topic that we've covered previously or show topics we haven't gotten to yet that you're just particularly interested in chatting about, please feel free to call in the show and do a review just like Jamie did. You're talking about both of those films and your disappointment over the sales numbers of Green Lantern, the film so far. I can't agree with you more. It's my friend Chris and I went to go see the film at the midnight showing, and it was a very light showing, and I figured that there would be some excitement generated from this, and there'd be more people at the midnight showing, and it was very light. I don't know if this is true for what other people have seen if they went to the midnight showing, but usually I'm used to there being a decent enough crowd. But at least the people that were in there, the other guys that were in the film with us, they were all dressed too, and they were wearing the Green Lantern shirts. My buddy Chris was wearing his. A couple guys had the rings, those glow-in-the-dark rings, the ones where you can turn them on and off, and it was cool to see that kind of enthusiasm and excitement for the film, because that's, to me, I think the fun of comic movies is a chance to get your inner geek on, go out there and just have fun, wearing the apparel and stuff like that, and just really, kind of enjoying that whole excitement and experience, kind of like we did, with movies like Star Wars and stuff like that as kids too. It's these big releases are supposed to be these times where, we as fans can kind of escape, everyday life and go and enjoy those. So I'm glad to see that you had that experience with it. I did too. I thought it was great. My wife and I went to go see it. She enjoyed the film a great deal as well. So, I'm hoping more people give this film a shot. I think a lot of the bad publicity for it, the bad press, has really influenced people going to see the film, I think, for a first time. And, I'm hoping that this has some legs, when it hits the DVD and Blu-ray and digital, sales down the road, like on iTunes and stuff like that. And Amazon, I think Amazon has movies too. Just some opportunities for this film maybe to, again, get a second life and do some of the numbers that it needs to in order to generate a sequel for all of us who want to see more of this. But it was cool. And yeah, the direct-to-DVD release, this has me excited for the next one, which I think is Batman Year One, if I remember correctly. And, they seem to just keep continuing to roll these out, and they're fantastic. I keep saying that each new one, is my favorite one. And I think really what it is I'm just so excited to see them, each new one, because I think they've all been very well done. And I do think some of them have gotten better as they've gone along because, they've just learned, they've tried to do new things. But at this point, I'm seeing just consistent, really solid releases, whether they're adapting comic stories or they're doing original pieces. I seem to like both. I like the variation on it, and I like that they're kind of flip-flopping. This one was an original story, the next one's going to be a comic adaptation. I don't know if they're going to go to original story again or what, but I'm hoping that these continue to be popular for them and they continue to generate enough funds because, in all honesty, there's characters that maybe you can't roll out on the big screen who can make first appearances here. I want to see the shorts come back in those direct-to-DVD releases. That was something I didn't get to mention on the show, but I really liked the shorts. All of them. They did the Jonah Hex one, the Green Arrow one, etc. It was great to see those as just another opportunity to introduce characters. The Spectre one I thought was terrific. Each one was a unique animation style, a unique tone. The musical score and everything fit the characters in question. Jonah Hex, I would argue that the Jonah Hex animated one was, to me, what the film should have been. I enjoyed the film. I thought it was okay. But the short blew me away. The short was what I wanted to see in the film. So, these animated pieces, I think, are great ways to introduce people to these characters. So I'm hoping they continue to do well. Just gives you some hope for these properties, just kind of reaching people in a variety of different ways. So it's cool. Thanks for the commentary, buddy.
Hi, Sean and Jim. This is Jack Warden, Neil before he's out on the forum, and I was just calling in. I'm a few episodes behind. I just got to be listening to 259. First of all, I want to say, you guys, great job as always. Jim, I hope you had a nice vacation. And basically what I was calling about, I found the conversation interesting about Superman's citizenship. And just wanted to point out that there were actually 3 different origins so far, I believe, as far as what would explain, how he had citizenship. And that would be... the first one, I believe, the Golden Age was just that they just basically claimed that they found this child abandoned, and they took him to an orphanage and went through the proper legal channels and adopted him. And therefore, since they were citizens, he would be a citizen too. The second one, I believe, it was said that they kind of used the white lie that he was a child of her sister's, and she had put him up for adoption, and so Jonathan and Martha adopted him. And then the origin that John Byrne came up with, and it also tied into the miniseries of Millennium with the whole Manhunter thing, was that the Manhunters were trying to intercept this child that was going to be coming from Krypton. So they basically knew that the rocket was going to land in Smallville. And they caused there to be a severe winter storm in that area where the rocket was going to land. And so everybody was pretty much housebound. And so nobody could prove otherwise, so they just basically said that Martha was, a surprise pregnancy and that she gave birth during that storm. And they kind of explain it away like that, like he was their natural child. So that's my thoughts on the matter. I have no idea what they're going to do with this new revised continuity. It'll be kind of interesting. I'm not sure I'm thrilled about it, but I'll give it a chance to see what comes up. Thanks, guys, again, and always love listening to your show, and it's really interesting, and I will continue to listen, so keep up the good work. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what the Superman continuity is going to be as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that, it's been revised over time to make it more modern or, to fit the new era. I think, some of these characters can do that. You're still keeping at the core who they are. Superman's been, I think, very adaptable in that sense. And it is time to do that. I'm with you in the sense that I'm very tentative because until we actually read it and see what direction they're going in, it's very hard to tell if this is something I walk in with open mind and try it out. But until we actually read what they're doing, I don't know how I'm gonna like it or feel about it and things like that. I honestly wish. I remember in the '86 one with Man of Steel, I did not know how that was going to work in the premise. There was no previews, and I think sometimes that's kind of a good way to walk in to something like this. I picked up the first issue of it, and it was very fresh. I didn't know what they were doing. I think, I've seen the costumes right now that they're doing for him, and I'm not as comfortable with them right now just because I haven't seen the story yet, and I'm seeing that, and I'm like, wow, that's a big change in Superman's costume. I mean, while it's holding at the core, I think some of the cool things that we like about Superman's costume, it also has some things in it that has me a little concerned. What's that going to be like? But that's normal. These are normal things because, the safe part of me wants Superman to stay the way that I've remembered him since '86. And, that's kind of the reality. I've got to think to myself, boy, this is back since '86. But even let's be honest, the reality that Burns set up in '86 has changed drastically, both from the writers who have worked on him since then, but also with, big events like Infinite Crisis and, Final Crisis and stuff like that have gradually changed the character too. So, it's a character that hasn't stayed the same since then, and he's been adaptable. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what's going to happen as well. Those are some interesting and huge changes. The citizenship thing, you're right. It's the ways that he's had citizenship have changed over time too, depending on his origin. So there's lots of different opportunities for the character to have had citizenship. So thanks a lot for following up with us on that, because those were things that I was thinking about. That over the time, his changing origin, has actually adapted the way also that he's gained his own citizenship. So thanks a lot.
Hey guys, this is David from Anaheim, California. Just wanted to let you guys know, you guys quickly becoming one of my favorite podcasts. I've been into comics just recently started actually getting into I used to buy a few as a kid, mostly Batman stuff. But what I really wanted to talk about was the Green Lantern movie. I recently saw it for the second time, and it's just one of those movies that seems to get better every time I watch it. I really don't know where all the negative hate came from. It's sure it's got a little moments in it that could have been better, but I thought it's quickly becoming one of my favorite films. I liked it better than the Batman movies, and Batman has been one of my favorite superheroes ever since I was a little kid. I didn't really have much experience with Green Lantern's history or past. This movie was kind of my big introduction to Green Lantern, and I'm definitely going to start buying the comics now. I can't wait for the relaunch. Hopefully, Hal gets his own title, and just wanted to say that I really am hoping that they go ahead with a sequel for this movie because I think it deserves one. Anyways, thanks again. Keep up the good work. Bye. Hey guys, this is David from California again. Just thought of a couple more things I would like to add about the Green Lantern film. There was something about this movie that made me feel like a kid again. I don't know what it was, but there's just a few moments in there that kind of gives it chills. One of the scenes was the whole flight scene, his first flight with Toma Ray. And I don't know if it was the music. There was something about it that reminded me of what good adventure movies were like when I was a little kid. And there's not been a movie in a long time that I can think of that has kind of given me those feelings. And maybe, I don't know. I just thought that is something that should be mentioned. I don't know if it was intentional that they were kind of trying to give it some sort of feel that would bring people back to their childhood, or if this was just completely accidental and I'm the only one. Either way, like I said, I just really hope that they go in for a sequel because I'm really, really looking forward to it. Thanks again. Bye.
Those Tamar sequences definitely, for me, did the exact same thing. They made me feel like a kid again. They made me feel like I wanted to put on the ring and I wanted to be cool. It's funny. I think everybody views that differently, and I think how fresh Green Lantern was to you from this made you like the film even more than I did. I'm not saying I disliked it. To me, like Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are two films that I think made me feel like a kid again because they renewed my love, especially Batman Begins. It's funny how, The Dark Knight gets a lot of times a lot of the praise because of the Joker and the presence there. For me, Batman Begins was my favorite one of the two, not taking anything away from the performances in the sequel, but the first one focused so much on Bruce, and I love seeing his journey. And that was something that, like any comic films do, they took some liberties and things, but it got so at the core what I want to know about him as a little kid and how that affected him, and how it grew into an adult. It got into his psyche, and I'm into that kind of stuff. And seeing his training and getting a chance to experience all that made me feel like a kid again. And this Green Lantern film, I agree with you. And those ring slinging sequences, it did the same thing. And I'm with you. I so desperately want to see a sequel to this one because I think it's something where I think this is one. It's only going to get better as the sequel goes on, and I'd love to see where the trilogy was planned to go, because with knowing that this was planned to be a trilogy, there's a build here that was definitely intended. And I'm with you. I don't know where the negativity comes from. I could see people saying, it was okay. I could see people maybe going that route, but the hatred, you're right, there's a hatred for this from some people that I'm like, really? Did you see the same film I did? I don't know where the hatred comes from. But this was, for me, something where I'm kind of sad to see that, because I do feel this is going to hurt some of the more unique properties getting a chance to be on the big screen. And thank you for the call on that. I'm glad that this was something. I was glad to hear that it was somebody who was drawn to a comic from the film, because so often you hear that that's not happening. And to hear you say, hey, this led me to want to pick up Green Lantern comics, and I'm hoping Hal has a book because I'd like to follow this more. That's cool. I love hearing that, because you don't hear about that very often. There's a lot of time this feeling that it doesn't bring people to them. And I know my friend Chris Kendall, who was on our show for a Smallville segment, he mentioned that the comic films have renewed kind of like his interest in reading comics, and he's somebody who I think has over time then branched into, from word of mouth and from comics, picking up more and more titles, and it's great to see that kind of enthusiasm coming to comics from other mediums. And that's cool. And television, honestly, Smallville, he's a huge Smallville fan, so that drew him into comics as well. So I'm glad to hear that you're having that same experience. And thank you very much for the phone call.
Reaching melting point. Not sure we can make it.
Jim, you said that you had a story that you wanted to share with us for the show?
Oh, yeah, I definitely want to share. Well, I've got multiple stories, and I'm recording them. I'm trying to record some on the iRiver. I'm taking notes as to stuff I want to say on the show, but I may end up recording them when I'm back in Ohio, just because of lack of downtime we have. But there's one story I have to share, and it's one of those classic kind of moments in traveling with me, and you'll understand just exactly how crazy this is, and just the way I am. Because when I travel, I'm a little bit on the nervous side. I'm a little nervous Nelly at times. And I always look at the possibility of things that could go wrong. And I had a very unique experience when we flew from London to Venice. It was the second half, if you will, of the vacation where we were leaving England and coming down to Italy. And my brother lives near Venice. And we flew on an airline called Ryanair. Now, Ryanair is really just kind of in this European area, and at no point in time should this be considered a knock of Ryanair, because it's not. I'm not really insulting them, or I'm not even going to say that it was a bad experience, because, to be honest with you, when we did get on that plane, those were probably some of the most comfortable seats I've been in. I sat down. I had a nice plenty of room. in my seat. I was a little cramped, where I only had a couple inches between me and the seat in front of me. But, width-wise, I'm a pretty husky guy, and I fit nicely in the chair. So that was a good thing. That was a great thing.
Dude, I love that it sounds like you're trying to secure Ryanair sponsorship for the show. No point in time should anyone consider this a knock on the airline. Like, what are they sponsoring us? I don't know about it. Jim doesn't want another Colgate.
I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression, because it's funny because normally, let me just get into the events. Okay, so we show up at the airport, and the way England, I believe all of the London area, England airports handle it. They don't assign dates immediately. They wait to see where the openings are. So you're kind of held up in a queue. It's this main area where you get some food, maybe do some last-minute shopping if you want to buy something from the stores there, or whatever. Just hanging out. You're waiting for your plane to get assigned. So we're sitting there and we're waiting, and finally, it was probably under an hour from our departure time, that they finally assigned the gate. So for me, I like being at the gate at least 2 to 3 hours beforehand. It's my comfort level knowing, okay, I'm at the spot, I'm not going to miss my flight. So that's the initial thing that had me a little bit of anxiety. So we get to the gate 41, we queue up in the line because Ryanair doesn't assign seating. So it's first come, first serve. You pick your seat when you get there. So we paid a little extra. We got a premium line, so we're in the first line that we go onto the gate. So we're probably like, hey, we're going to get our good seats. We're going to get seats together because we had my brother's family, me, my brother, my other niece. So we had a total of 8 people traveling together, and we really kind of wanted to have, especially with the little kids, we wanted us all together, sitting together. So we're in the queue, we're ready to roll, and I'm standing there, and all of a sudden we hear this ding, and they announce they changed gates. Now, you would think, okay, we're all in this queue, we walk our line over to that gate, and that's where you are. Wrong. They tell you what gate to go, and it's like they unleash, it's like the running of the bulls, man. Everyone just grabs their bags and they just start sprinting over to the new gate. I'm completely thrown off, but what the heck's going on here? But as I'm trying to talk to my little brother who's flown Ryan before, I couldn't really get any words out because he was at the front of the pack sprinting. He's got one kid under one arm. He's got his backpack on his back, and he's sprinting. I'm like, oh, God. So I grab my bag, and I'm running through the airport, and you know how athletic I am, especially when it comes to running. So that was a really neat experience for me. We show up at the next gate, and I went from being in the number one spot to at the end of the line. So now here I am at the end of the line. My one brother, he was actually able to maintain, he's the Army soldier, the runner, so he was able to maintain his pretty good spot. So he's up there in the front. I'm back near the back of the line with my other brother, my niece, and it was funny because every single time I heard a bang or something that would be an announcement, I grabbed my bag, I get cocked ready into flash mode, I'm ready to run. I'm like, okay, where are we going to next? It was just one of those kind of experiences where I'm like, all right, next time I'm throwing elbows.
This is like going to a con with you.
Dude, man, it was just, and the funny thing is, this whole time I'm laughing my head off. And I was the whole time thinking, oh my God, this is going to make a great story for the podcast. So I wasn't even really freaking out. But then as we start getting, we're finally at our final game. This is definitely going to be it. And again, they open up the doors and people are kind of it's not just a regular civilized lineup. We're getting ready to run. And, we didn't have the little bridge walkway to the gate. We actually walked down to the tarmac. And we're walking across the tarmac. And as I'm walking, I'm eyeballing the people behind me going, okay, you guys make a break for that door. I'm throwing an elbow. I'm not going to let you pass me. I'm kind of doing a little bit of NASCAR, kind of bobbing and weaving, making sure no one as we're going across the tarmac. And it was just one of those crazy experiences where I was like, oh my God, this is awesome.
Now, as a bridge-based superhero, Do you have trouble with those bridges?
Not really. And it's funny because I've had a couple bridge crossings here that I've had to deal with that I had no problems with. We're in Venice, for an overnight, and that is the city of bridges. I think the only city that comes close to it is Pittsburgh, in the world. So you're constantly walking across the canal. Never had an issue there. We had this castle. It's a castle restaurant. It's a walled city. Back in the day, every city in Italy was a walled city because of, it's feudal times and, whatnot. But this is a city that actually maintained their wall, and you can still see it today. We're at this walled city and then walking across where the original parts of the castle was. And we go up some steps, and there's this catwalk to the outside wall. And I look at that and I go, there's no way I'm crossing it. I'm walking up with my niece, Cassie, and she's like, no, we're not doing that one. So I took a couple pictures of that one. So that bridge structure did throw me off. So that one I did not cross. But I did some pretty good with the Venice bridges, and we're in a couple other cities in the area that they had these really cool covered bridges that I was going to cross without an issue. But the what looked to be a crumbling castle wall was not going to get me. No way.
Now, it sounds like you're better on foot with bridges.
Well, I'm better if I'm on foot and I'm not over 30 feet in the air. Because I figure if it's under 30 feet, if I fall and tuck and roll, I'll make it with only maybe a couple broken bones. Once I get higher than that, I'm at the death point. So when you get to that death point, that's where I start saying, hey, I think we need to rethink where we're going.
Is it bad that I want to be there when you tuck and roll?
Speaking of tucking and rolling.
Wait, before you go into this, for anyone who's never listened to the show before or doesn't know the history of this, Jim, we all have phobias. I have my own and stuff like that. When you shared convention stories in the past, a lot of them have been bridge related because a lot of our driving travels have been over bridges. So, we came up with this whole concept that you would be the superhero bridge man, combating bridges everywhere. So that's where the whole bridge thing comes from your bridge phobia, because you shared so many stories with it on the show. So that's actually, for people who haven't heard this before, that's where the comes from. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, talk and roll. We're in Venice, and we did an overnight in Venice, and we parked the car, and then you take the tram in, because in Venice you don't drive a car in, you don't drive a moped in there, you don't drive anything. You have the water taxis, you have the water buses, or you walk through the streets. So you have to take a train into Venice from the parking area. And so we're walking, and periodically throughout the last couple of days, because I'm a bit of a klutz, I'm stumbling, I'm tripping. And sure enough, walking basically down the sidewalk, had to step up a curb, missed the curb, fell, tucked and rolled, and it was hysterical because I had my bags in my hand, and I'm like, traveling with my two brothers and my niece, and they're, my brothers, of course, are being brothers. My niece was like, "Are you okay?" And they're just like, what an idiot, So it was a nice little tuck and roll moment. So from that point on, it even added to the fact that anytime I stumbled.
So it does sound like you're better on foot when it comes to bridges, though.
Oh, definitely better on foot. But it's the height thing, because there's a couple towers, that my brother Dave he's jumped out of airplanes, so he has no fear of this stuff. So he said, "Yeah, I can go to that top of that tower. You get some really good views." And I'm like, I just start laughing, and then fortunately my niece joins in. It's not going to happen. Even my brother Bill has a little bit of height issues, so I think it could be a family trait.
Oh, there you go. Which is a very normal thing as far as that goes. Anyway, so you're back from Italy then on the 15th?
Or 16th or 17th. I'm not sure what day.
Okay. Somewhere in this lifetime.
I don't remember. I'm like, next Friday is when I'm traveling, so whatever day that is. It's the weirdest thing I'm taking daily logs a daily notebook where I'm writing down, but I have no idea what day of the week it is sometimes. And it's, you're sitting there going, okay, what's today? Today's Friday. Yeah, okay. And you're just trying to keep track. It's the whole vacation mindset, especially being in a foreign country. And well, as you heard in the spoiler warning, my Italian has not gotten much better since last year. So,
have you had any chance to visit any comic shops or anything like that?
Funny you should mention that. We've been going on multiple treks into different comic shops. In England, we have a couple really cool ones, and I was able to get that's some of the Flashpoint stuff I was able to pick up in England. Yeah, I brought the stuff that came before leaving with me, but I was actually able to get some more issues over there. The one city in Italy called Trieste. It's my family's from there, and we've gone there a couple of times. It's a nice, beautiful coast city, beautiful old city, so it's a lot of coolness when you're walking around and seeing different sights. And my brother found this comic shop, and the last time I was here, we missed the comic shop by like 15 minutes. We literally got there right after the guy closed, so we're like, oh. So we pledged we were going to get there this time. And we actually did make it, and I was able to find some really cool Italian. It's the DC Comics, but everything's in Italian. And I picked up a bunch of stuff that I'm going to be bringing back. I got Blackest Night #1 in Italian. I have this old Batman story back in the 90s. It was from back in the 90s when it was like one of the first times that Tim Drake goes undercover. It was the seduction of the gun or something. It was a story.
Oh, that's a terrific story.
Yeah, I have that now in Italian. And it was just like, I saw it on the shelf, and I'm like, oh my God, this is awesome. I remembered the cover and everything. I'm looking through it going, this is Tim's first undercover operation, so I grabbed that. I got a couple Green Arrow comics, some stuff that Winnick did with Cliff Chang, and then I got another one that I got a Green Arrow Black Canary with Winnick and Mike Norton. I got a Robin issue that Freddie had worked on, so I was like, I'm seeing all these things. Oh, I know this. Oh, let me get this one. So I was grabbing a bunch of different stuff, and we hit total 3 Italian comic stores. And each one I got a little bit here, a little bit there. And it's definitely, the comic shops are different than what we're used to and what we get. The English one was very similar to the same style as what we would have over here, but the Italian books, it's, I don't know if it's, they don't order as many as our shops, as our shops do here, or if they order it differently, or if things are just, if they manage things different, because I didn't see current up-to-date stuff really in the Italian shops. I saw it in the English shops, but not the Italian ones, and I really didn't want to bother the guy, or because I don't want to insult people, and and however I misworded the question. Though we kind of found out one guy did speak some English at the end there when I was paying. He's like, "You find everything?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did. Thanks."
Now, I would assume a lot of that's due to translation, because that's a whole other process then. So I wonder when you have to translate the comics, and if any of our listeners know this, what is the new comic? Because this is an interesting question. Because first thing I was going to ask was, what is new comic release like over there? How far are they behind? How widespread is it? Because I wonder how many comics actually get translated. If it is like for DC, is it their entire line? Is it select books? How does that work? If anyone knows that, especially especially when you're translating languages, what that looks like, I would love to know. So please call in if you know that for the show. I would love to know more information on that, because that's very interesting.
And one of the other cool things was we saw with naming, like Green Arrow isn't Green Arrow. It's the Frische Verde, Green Arrow. But when there was the Green Arrow Black Canary, it had the Frische Verde A Black Canary. They gave her regular name. And Superman, Batman, Robin, those are all just Superman, Batman, and Robin. There's not a translation for it. So I thought that was kind of a neat thing. Green Lantern, same thing. It was whatever Lantern Verde is. So that was kind of a neat twist to it. And the same thing with the Blackest Night. It was I can't remember what the exact wording, and I don't have it in front of me right now to read it out. But it was a complete translation of The Blackest Night.
Was that one of the newer books one of the newest books you saw there?
In the Italian shops, yes. I think Blackest Night was probably the earliest, the most recent stuff, because the Superman one that I saw and I did pick up was the issue where Superman decides to leave and go to New Krypton. There was some New Krypton stories there, but I did see the ending of New Krypton. So,
wow, okay, that's interesting. That'd be fun.
Yeah, so it looks like they're a little bit behind, but again, it could be because of translation, because the images are all the same. It's just literally the wording, the lettering that's different.
Jim, there's a couple different things I want to shout out before we wrap up. I noticed something on the Comixology. If you go to dccomics.com and you click on Read, it takes you to Comixology's digital app site. And this is something free for people, whether you're going to the comic book store or you're buying digital, whatever route you're going to go. Every week, they release previews. And it's a preview of all the books being released that week. It can be read from any browser or any of the apps. So you don't have to have an app or an iPad or an Android phone or anything like that to read these. You can actually do them right from your computer. You click on them, and it has the cover art and preview pages for all the books of the week. So it's right from dccomics.com. I thought it was very cool to see this, and I've noticed that I just discovered this, but this has been going on for quite a few weeks now, where each week they're releasing the previews. And this was very comprehensive. So, it was nice to be able to kind of go through and see preview pages for everything that was released this week. Anybody interested in that's right at dccomics.com. Click on Read, and it takes you to Comixology's site. And like I said, it's all free, so you don't have to pay anything for it. And it's useful, obviously, for if you're going to the comic shop and you want to kind of do a sweep through first to see if there's something you're missing that you might want to read. It works whether you're a digital reader or a regular reader. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I just thought of something.
What's that?
With the resistance, the financing, we're saying that it was Cyborg. There's somebody else it could be.
Who?
Green Arrow. Do you think about his one shot?
Oh.
At the end there, he kind of realizes that maybe he should do something about this. Maybe he should, maybe a corporation can become a hero. Maybe the corporation can do something more. And they talk about in the resistance that the employer has some deep pockets. I wonder if Green Arrow is organizing the resistance.
Let's talk about that one shot real quick, if you don't mind. Do you got to?
Oh, yeah.
Because we meant to talk about this one. Actually, we didn't. This one shot, the premise was that Green Arrow, Queen Industries, due to his partner kind of screwing him over, Ollie lost all of his money, which is very common for Ollie to do because he's not, always having his focus where it needs to be. But what happens is when this war hits, he has an opportunity to find a different way. So rather than he didn't have enough money for R&D for weapons, but he did have enough money to get an ex-military team to capture the weapons from supervillains, like Heatwave and Pied Piper and stuff like that. He starts capturing them and using their weapons to create missiles, these Green Arrow missiles. He's taking their technology and finding ways to repackage it for military usage. I loved how, they called it the Green Arrow missile, and he was holding the bow just for the purpose of a photo op, but doesn't really know how to shoot a bow and arrow. So it's a neat little nod back to and why it's called Green Arrow Industries. It's all about packaging. But as is the case with any of these types of situations, he actually, along the way, has made a ton of enemies. Because without thinking about the potential for harm to people, he created factories all over the place that were using these supervillain weapons to create new products. And these factories became targets. These cities and the workers became targets for the supervillains coming back to try and salvage and gain back their technology from Green Arrow Industries. So he put a ton of people at risk. It seems like I was getting the impression he didn't realize it because he was more focused on womanizing and usual things we expect Ollie to be focused on.
and he had his people dealing with the problems, and it's either a PR situation or even just, I don't know if they're maybe not being completely open and honest with him, or they knew he really didn't care about that information, or he didn't want to know all the negative stuff, so they just dealt with it and everything's taken care of, everything's fine.
Well, and see here, he finds out from his daughter, and I love who the daughter turns out to be. It's Vixen's daughter with him. He had a fling with Vixen, who is a supervillain, the way that he was implying it, probably due to circumstance as well. And she comes hunting him down, although she could be a terrorist who turned it the way that she did, mainly because of the fact that the world made her that way. But she comes there seeking retribution for all of the harm he's caused. And he's, struck by this, where he's like, wait a minute. Maybe Roy, because Roy was talking to him earlier, Roy Harper worked for him. Roy was talking to him earlier and was mentioning, and giving him ideas that, hey, maybe they can be a symbol and an inspiration for something. And he's like, when he sees this as his daughter and recognizes that she's in real danger for this, he's trying to find a way. He's telling her, we've got seconds here. And if you don't stand down and I don't try to protect you, you could wind up dying here. And she does. I took it that when she died, he was so dejected that, that was putting an end to his aspiration. Because he even says, I have no idea who she is. I'm just a guy who makes some missiles. But that could be his way of going underground and becoming just the guy you said. Maybe he is, either he's a partner of cyborgs or he is the financer of, the resistance. It would explain, he's got the money and the capital to certainly be one to do this. So I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, Viva la Resistance. You definitely can tell that the death affected him. And again, with Ollie and his issues with women and just the womanizing, because they talk about how he's got 18 kids with 17 different women. And I immediately wondered, what about Dinah? Is she one of the many?
Or did they never meet because he never became the hero?
Yeah, he never was in Justice League. Well, if you think about it, if there's no JSA, that means her mother was never a hero, so maybe she's not a hero now.
Well, there was a JSA. Remember, they failed.
Oh yeah, they failed because they didn't have a Flash.
Right. And I don't remember seeing her part of the team though, Black Canary. I might be. I don't know. I have to take a look at that team picture again. She might have been a part of that team. Yeah, there's a lot of mystery to what is his actual history. What are their actual history? What characters? There's a lot of characters I would love to see at this point in time.
They're doing a really good job with showing us and telling us about people. When they talk about the Resistance stuff, they mentioned that Alfred Pennyworth was an operative for the Resistance who's dead. He was killed. That we saw Roy, what happened to him. And there's just, Jimmy Olsen before. So they're doing really good with explaining everybody, but I do wish they could just give us the full overall picture, even go a story beyond this. Do a couple stories beyond this and they delve more heavily, like miniseries or whatnot, in with this universe.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is, I think there comes a point in time where wallets are only going to go so far. So I think they're telling the stories I think that will give the most. But I'm with you. I can't get enough of this universe. I'm really enjoying the history being developed and stuff like that. This does remind me a lot of, and I'm not being cookie cutter about this, it reminds me a lot of what I liked about Age of Apocalypse, in the sense that we get to see this whole different dark world that's pretty fleshed out. So that's something that I find particularly interesting in this world.
Yeah, and it is neat seeing because you see the cover image and then you see what he looks like inside, and there is a dramatic difference between the Ollie that's on the inside and this Ollie that's on the cover. And I do wonder, at the end of this issue, are we getting this cover Ollie? Are we getting this, or is he, by the fact that he's I'm just a guy who makes missiles, is he just, going back and saying, I'm done, I'm not going to be a hero, I'm not going to be anything, I'm just going to try to blend in the background and not do anything. I do wonder about Ollie, and this is why I kind of wish this was more than just a one shot. I would like to read just a 3-issue Green Arrow series.
I wonder though if we aren't going to see him elsewhere, like the Canterbury Cricket. He was launched out of his one-shots, but we've seen him now appear in the Lois Lane one, for example. He's on the cover of that, meaning that we're probably going to see her with the Resistance later. And there's a lot of this stuff, that's obviously going to be bleeding into Flashpoint, because we're going to see a lot of these characters appearing in Flashpoint as well. So are we going to see Green Arrow here? Are we going to see him in the Resistance book? Are we going to see him in Flashpoint? Where are we going to see him again? Not here for no reason. So there's going to be, he is going to have an appearance again. Whether it's going to be him stepping up or not, I don't know. I guess it's funny. I never thought of him as being involved in the Resistance, but when you said that, I'm like, oh, I assumed he was dejected, but now you're opening up a different possibility to me that I actually see as a really strong option for him. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just one of those cool unknowns of Flashpoint. And I hope we do get an answer with this and we see more of him fleshed out. But part of me does wonder if this is the end, because literally at the end of his one-shot, it says the end. Whereas with the Cricket, it said continued in Lois Lane and the Resistance. With Grodd, I can't remember what the end of Grodd said.
Grodd's not a one-shot. Grodd's a miniseries. Grodd of War.
Grodd's a miniseries?
I'm almost positive.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it is a one-shot. No, it's a one-shot too. You're right.
Okay.
Let me look at the end of it and see. Does that say it's a... Well, it says the end.
Oh, okay.
So I think Canterbury Cricket, because it's so directly led into Lois Lane, is the reason why it said that. But Grodd says the end as well.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens with him.
Yeah, that's the neat thing about this. These mysteries. I'm really enjoying the mysteries, and I'm enjoying everything unfolding out. And I've got so many issues back at home that I need to pick up, and I'm like, I'm jonesing.
You know what I like about this? And I'm actually going to correct myself. All along I've been saying that, this type of thing where the miniseries kind of launch out like this should be a template for other ones. I don't know that that's correct. I think what I like about these miniseries are that they're story-driven and that they were crafted in a way that it adds backstory to this universe for people that are interested in that. I don't know that every story should be crafted this way, though, because I think the miniseries should, or the event should lend itself to storytelling that makes sense for the reader. And this does for the reader in this case. But I guess I don't ever want to see... I think comics should be about creativity. Events in comics should be about creativity. If there's a creative reason to do something, that's the way that the story should unfold. That's the way that the minis should unfold, any one-shots. Obviously, anytime they do an event, the idea with the event is if there's an opportunity to launch extra product that goes around the event because people are highly interested, it's a money-making opportunity. But it's also, for us as readers, an opportunity to get expanded storytelling if we want it. So it's a win-win. Sometimes it always seems like taboo to talk about the financial end of comics, but that is part of comics. It's a business, and we want the business to make money because we want them to still be around. These minis, I thought, it's a great use of this universe. Give us the history. You and I want more. I'm with you. I would love to read more history of this. I mentioned that after I think the first issue of the series. I'm like, you can't give me enough right now. I think it's a cool world. I would follow ongoings with certain characters, although, it's how ongoing can they be if, the end game is going to happen in Flashpoint? Because it's not this world will still exist. This world will shift back into ours. So this is actually our world, which is something I keep forgetting. I keep thinking of this as a separate universe. It isn't. It's our world. That's something that's really, an impact that I haven't totally grasped yet. Our world has actually shifted into this.
Oh, definitely. And you do got to catch yourself every so often. Even when we've been having some geek chats around, the various point in time. We walk into a walled city or a castle, and we immediately start analyzing it. Whether if a zombie apocalypse happened, could you fortify this? What you would need? Where would be the points of impact? And this is what my family considers to be fun. But we do talk a lot about comics. My brother Bill is more of the Marvel side, more of the Spider-Man side, and everything all the stuff that's happened to Spidey, and just the overall Marvel universe. But he listens to our show just because it's it's my show, so I'm on the show, so he listens just to see what happens. And he kind of enjoys it, and with the stuff going on with the change-ups and the Flashpoint, I've been talking with them about it and just kind of telling them the different stuff and let them read some of the books I have here. And some of the stuff they're able to follow very easily. And others, you need back information. Like the Kid Flash stuff, completely, they're like, I'm not following it too well. But I have issues 1 and 2 of Flashpoint here with me, so they got to read that, and they're kind of following that and flowing through. So it's kind of a neat that people who aren't reading the universe are able to follow this, and people who aren't regular DC universe people who just have a vague understanding of who Ollie Queen is, they're able to read this and actually enjoy it. So I definitely think this is a good layout and a good handling of the big overarching change the universe kind of event.
Yeah, it is something where it provides an interesting opportunity for people who don't read DC, because these characters really are on the ground floor. Yes, there's a history to the characters, but none of us know the history. So we're all, anybody who's like you mentioned, Marvel fans. Any Marvel fans who are reading this event that are casual DC readers, they can be on the ground floor of this without knowing the backstory, because we're all in that same boat on it. So when the universe shifts back, we'll really all be in the same place, in the sense that we'll know that there was a universe before it, Flashpoint happened, and there will be a universe after it. And we'll know that these characters will all have histories when it shifts back, but all of their histories will be changed in some capacity, whether it's on small or large levels, and we're all going to be on the ground floor of that mystery as far as what's what. So it's an interesting way to use an event as an accessibility point for brand new readers. And I hope that will be something that pays off.
Come on, Skreel. Let's pay these Plutonian beam makers a visit.
Joining us is longtime friend of the show, Micah Griffin. And Micah, one of the reasons why I had you on, I was chatting about the fact that DC put on the map, under the Flashpoint map on Africa, it was ape-controlled. One of the things I mentioned on the show, and you were kind enough to respond to this, I said, it's not something that I get where it's offensive. I understand, now don't get me wrong, I'm not naive. I know how the word ape's been used in very inappropriate ways throughout history to the present day. So I'm not saying I don't understand that. I was curious to see what that reaction was, but the other reason why I'm having you on, and we've got a nice discussion planned here, is you and I got into a really cool discussion branching out of this on diversity in comics, and how in like DC we're taking a look in the fall at, again, trying to branch out and try some new and different characters, but how it's really important that as these new characters are introduced, that we take a look at regions like Africa, for example, and all over the world, because I like books like Great 10 and stuff where they're exploring China, and use them as an opportunity to educate people on how diverse and rich the region actually is. So I thought the conversation you and I were having was really topical to right now, not just because of Flashpoint, but also the direction coming in September. So do we want to start with maybe the Flashpoint map and then kind of work our way into just comic diversity in general?
Yeah, that's a good place to start. It's just with the map itself.
Okay.
Because before the Gorilla Grodd issue came out and other things happened, my initial objection had nothing to do with the story of what they had told. It was just the imagery in the map. And the problem I had with it was that most of the other areas on the map, they were more specific. And I understand that these are like America-focused comics, and so I understand the disproportion that America has 4,000 characters in it, and the rest of the world has 10 amongst all of them. But if you looked at the map, America had a bunch of different spots in it, and they all had different things going on. In South America, there's only one point, but instead of saying South America, it said Brazil as a country in itself, dignifying that the Nazis were in Brazil. And if you looked at Japan, had its own little thing going on, and there were parts of South Asia and parts of Northern Asia, and then parts of into where Russia would be, that all had points going on, but it didn't say Asia was controlled by one thing, right? And so when it came to Africa, it just said Africa, and then it said ape controlled, and I just felt like it could have been handled differently. Even if the story was exactly the same, they could have put. My personal feeling was that they had just put down like Grodd controlled. It would have made It would have made more sense and have been less. I don't know, a little bit culturally insensitive in a way.
One thing I want to say with that though, because have you read God of War?
Yes, I have.
Okay, it isn't just Grodd that took over Africa.
Right.
I'm not disputing your objection there, but the issue with putting Grodd controlled on is it isn't just Grodd. Like some variations to put, actually kind of building off of what you're saying. If they didn't use Ape, they could have used things like Gorilla City controlled, and I don't know how they would have handled that, because reading the issue of God of War, he really did take over the whole continent of Africa. And his target after that is the continent of Europe, and he specifically references Europe as his target, not like Spain and France and England and things like that. He's actually targeting that.
Like my problem was just in like the presentation of it, and it's just a still image. And while we understand that like the apes are a big deal, right? It's just outside of our community is actually very small. Like the people who read comics on a regular basis and like keep up with this thing, it's actually not a lot of people. So when this, and DC is trying to push this out there a little further, so when that map gets out, like seeing ape controlled over all of Africa is something that I feel like should have been avoided, or they should have tried something different, right? Or like if they've had, like Gorilla City being like the center of all of it, right? Or if they put like East Africa was at this point in time, it could have softened what that image looks like. It's just bad imagery because of the history of what, like historically, what we've done with Africa is making it all homogenized, sort of, like.
Well, you talked about this in our emails, and this is something I found very interesting, and it's true. One of the things in school when we learn about history, there is a lot of focus, of course, because we're from America, on American history.
Yes.
And when we focus on geography in other countries, you get like a year, maybe at the most, of looking at, or a couple years, depending on the track you go on as far as studies, looking at other regions. Unless you are taking courses that are region-specific, which, you're only going to do that if you're a history major. You're not going to do that if you're in traditional. So, like, I'll admit my own ignorance on this, and this isn't just exclusive to Africa. I know worldwide geography from taking classes at school, but I'm a third grade teacher. I don't use worldwide geography on a daily basis unless it refers to specific lessons that I'm teaching. So because like a foreign language like Spanish or French or something like that, because I don't use them on a daily basis, a lot of that I've forgotten over time. There was an episode of a show called Come Fly With Me, I believe it's called. It's by the guys who did Little Britain.
Right.
And on one of the episodes, they actually, it's very topical to what you were saying. I was chuckling because you and I were exchanging this back and forth. I'm like, what he's saying is so true. Because there's this woman who's detained. She's from Africa. She's from Liberia. And she's detained because it says on her passport that she's from Liberia. So the guy in the airport is detaining her, saying that, oh, I see, you're from Liberia. Well, guess what, lady? I've never heard of Liberia. And she's arguing with this guy. She's saying, if you just pull out a map, you will see it right there. And the idea was obviously to make fun of the ignorance of the fact that, especially in a position where you need, like in that position, you need to know your geography if you're going to be detaining people for this. And the end result was, he came back and apologized in a wacky segment and all that. But I was laughing at the timeliness, but you're right in the sense that one of the things I like about comics, and have always liked since my childhood, is when I don't know something, and this is true of all fiction, not just comics, when I don't know something, even in fiction, you learn a lot about regions and areas through character development if a character is from those areas. So I'm looking forward to a lot of the diversity that's coming up in September, to maybe, because I like Great 10. I thought was a very underrated miniseries that explored China. And the great part was each character was actually from different regions. So, you talked about like areas getting homogenized. I tend to think of China as, one big area. But when you read a book like Great 10, you really saw that each character, depending on where they were from in China, their cultural background was very different. Their belief system was very different. Their sense of morality was very different. Adds a lot of weight to the comments you're making about how, you can't just view Africa as one big region. You've got to think about very small areas that, when I say small areas, I mean countries, but I mean, it's broken down into a lot more chunks. Brazil was a great example. That's a portion of South America. So I'm looking forward to, in September, seeing some of that, like with Batwing. And you're right. I know he is labeled with it's Batwing of Africa, and I do think that's playing into the fact. I don't think that's meant to be insulting. It's playing into the fact that the average American is going to relate more to the fact that this character's from Africa than if they labeled him the specific region. I do think that title, I will be in shock if it doesn't, is going to explore in depth the actual region the character's from, because our only exposure to him so far has been just a couple of appearances in Batman Inc. So it's
I read an interview with Winnick where he specified that Batwing is mostly going to be in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and so I have faith after reading the interview that they are taking that into account, and that he's not going to be the Batman of Africa. He's mostly just going to be in his city. I forget. I think it's a fictional city in the Congo. I don't remember whether it's fictional or they're going to try to use a real city. But like when they specifically said that he's going to focus on him being in this city because like he understands that Africa is a big place and that the moniker is a bit silly, especially seeing as how like if you look at Gotham and Batman is like the Batman. And you figure if he's the best one that he is, and he still has like 16 helpers with him, and that's only Gotham. And so to have one person try to manage all of Africa would be a little bit silly. So yeah, like when Nick said that, and after reading that interview, I was a lot more positive about my feelings on the book, because it seems like he has a grasp on that at least. So.
My worry, anytime you see new characters being introduced, like I was a big fan of Azrael.
That was fun.
I mean, I thought that was a terrific title. It was a unique character. And I do think DC's done a great job in recent years of trying out new types of characters to try and diversify their lineup. Or taking characters maybe that have been second or third tier characters that we've all always been interested in seeing more of and giving them a shot. I do want to say that as fans, I think we have a certain responsibility when the books are good. I'm not saying you just go around saying, "Hey, you should read this book because it's diverse." You don't want to do that because that's pointless and that's going to. But I mean, I mentioned Blue Beetle before. I loved All New Adam. I thought was absolutely fantastic. Firestorm was a book when it was revamped that I thought was absolutely terrific. I'm glad to see that coming back. I know it's going to be both guys, but Jason Rush and Ronnie Raymond, I think, are both terrific and fantastic characters, and I think it's going to be great to see them spotlighted. Mr. Terrific, who is when I saw there was no JSA, seeing Mr. Terrific coming up and being a potential breakout character. So I'm hoping if these books are good, in which a lot of the talent being assigned to these titles, it looks really good on paper. I'm hoping that some of them are going to be breakout books where we're going to see some of these characters. Cyborg's going to be on the Justice League, which I think is great, because I think he's a character who he's been there now, but he's been kind of in the background in this current run, and it looks like right from the get-go we're going to get an establishment of him being there since the beginning. Because that initial arc, I know that it's going to be the first 5 years, it's set 5 years earlier, and it's supposed to be the first meeting of the Justice League, the first arc. So that means Cyborg's going to be established in this new continuity as being a member of the Justice League of America right from the start, which I think is going to be good for establishing that character as a big player. I know there's going to be 15 characters eventually on the team, but that's the core that they were showing right on the beginning. I'm guessing that Cyborg's supposed to be a part of that original core team. I'm guessing. So I'm curious to see how that's going to play.
Me as well. I'm curious. My biggest fear is that the diversity thing is just lip service. I'm afraid of the lip service angle they give out sometimes, because it's easy to say diversity, but if you look at the entire roster of the Justice League, it's only a leak right now, that picture they showed, but it's still heavily white people. I think Firestorm, Element Woman, if it's the same one from before, and Cyborg, I think those are the only 3 non-white characters on there, and then everybody else is white. And they added more women to like the background character, like the extra people on the league, but it's still very male, like very male centered, and so I know those characters are the ones that sell the most. But like my fear is that they look at sales and they figure out that the minority characters are harder to get out to people, and so slowly over the course of the next year or two, they start slipping on adding in some more diverse characters and start bringing back more like the same middle-aged white guys that are constantly in the Justice League books.
Well, you know what? Let me explain my position here, because this is actually, you're touching on one of my big worries whenever we get there's been a lot of backlash on Batwing and stuff like that because of the fact that he was labeled the Batman of Africa and stuff like that. And my worry is when I see that, first of all, everything you said, I 100% agree with. So I don't want you to think I'm disputing anything you're saying. I'm like, I get that. And the way you explained it, I thought was excellent, because I'm like, okay, I get the objection. I think, it's cool that he's going in the direction. So everything you said, I get. My worry, though, is because I agree with you in the sense that I think team books are more interesting the more diverse they are. And I think the way you touched on sales dollars, the way we've got to show DC as fans that we like diverse characters, because I do. All New Adam was a book we talked about on the show like crazy with Ryan Choi. And I thought what was great about Ryan Choi is that he wasn't Ray Palmer. Not because I dislike Ray Palmer, but because they didn't put Ryan Choi in as a diverse character and then he was identical to Ray Palmer.
Right.
They played off of his family history. They showed why he was unique. And it was something that I thought that the creative team really embraced. And it was a book that I was so sad when it was canceled. I was so sad when I kept seeing sales numbers for that title, because I'm like, no, you need to be reading this. It's good, and I want to see the fan community when it's good. And I don't think it's good to do lip service to diverse titles and say, well, we should just read it because it's diverse. We should read them when they're good. We should support them when they're good, because that's ultimately getting word of mouth out there that these titles are good and these characters are interesting and unique, and that the creative team is really developing a comic that's going to be something different than you've read before. And those titles getting sales numbers is ultimately what's going to make the Justice League more diverse in the future and things like that, is the fact that showing that people are interested in seeing characters like that. I'm loving the current lineup of Justice League, and I'm in a small group on because I do see a lot of negativity about that on the internet, because they're trying some new things with that team right now. And I'm not talking about necessarily the diversity end, but they were trying some characters that they haven't used in a Justice League main eventer role, and I think that's been a terrific run. So, I go out of my way to try and shout out books that I think are interesting, regardless of sales or, public perception or forums. So when I see a character like Batwing, who was interesting in his initial appearances in Batman Inc., but I got to admit, like most of the characters in Batman Inc., I'm getting the idea of what Bruce is doing, and I'm more following Bruce on his journey and recognizing that he's placing people in clever locations. That was a character, though, and as I would say with so many of them that have been introduced in Batman Inc., that I would love to see branched out a little bit more. And I give them credit for giving this character a shot, and that they really are going to explore his background. Because we talked about, I loved Unknown Soldier from Vertigo, which, it's not a superhero title by any stretch for anybody out there. But one of the things that I liked about it is it was a fiction story with a very realistic tone to it that was set in Africa, but got very specific as he went on different travels throughout. And I was learning a lot reading this comic, which to me is something that I find very enjoyable when a creative team, because they were putting blurbs in the back. They were actually putting text in the back.
Yeah, that was the best part for me, because I learned a lot from reading that book, too.
And the great part was, they crafted it in such a way where you were naturally curious at the end about these areas and regions and what the actual historical history was. And he was actually putting in what was real and what he played around with fictionally in order to get the story that he wanted. I really appreciated those pieces, and I'd love to see that happen more in comics. I know time-wise, not every creator is able to do that, but I thought it was something that was really rich in that book, and I recommend picking up the first trade for anybody who missed it. It's a book that I was sad to see leave when it did, because it was something unique and special, and touched on, like I said, different areas of the world that I've never read before.
Yeah, that was a really special book. And jumping off of that for a quick second, as good as that book was, what I would love to see is HBO and BBC did a show a couple of years back based on some Alexander, what is his name? I think it's Alexander McCall, I think is what his name is. Book's called The Number One Ladies Detective Agency. And it's a book that's set in Botswana about a female detective. And the books themselves, and the TV show were very, very uplifting. And they, like, and it's one of the few pieces of media I can remember, like, something that even came close to being mainstream in the past few years that was set in Africa that had, like, positive messages going on through it. That the characters in the books are happy. They lead happy lives that are not full of war and death and, like, poverty. Because, like, I'm not trying to besmirch Unknown Soldier, because I actually do. Like, I really, really love that book. But
I get where you're going with this. Like you want balance.
I would like some balance to see. Like, I would like a book to come out, like a comic book to come out that would show that people who live in Africa, sometimes they're happy too. You know.
Well, and that's what I'm hoping. See, Unknown Soldier was set specifically, and just to preface this, it was set in a wartime environment.
Right.
You know, where it was just constant violence going on around, so the characters didn't have a whole lot to be happy about.
And it's a very real story. Like, that stuff does exist. I'm not saying
and his relationships with his wife, when he would do flashbacks to the relationships that they had and stuff like that, there were some happy moments in there, but you're right, it was a very dark book. And to take it on the other end, my hopes for Batwing is I would love to see Batwing be one of those things where he brings hope. Kind of, because that to me that's the whole mission of Bruce and Batman, is that, you know, he brings, even if there's going to be dark stories, you know, because I don't know what the tone of Batwing's going to be, because the character, I don't know. Obviously, for all of us, we
know nothing about him yet, really.
Right. So you're actually touching on something I wasn't even thinking of, but I honestly would prefer to see that too, because you want to see a new character be somebody who you're like, wow, they're cool, and it's fun to be around that character, and you know, you want to get that vibe of, like, this character would be somebody that people who see him would look up to him. So that's something I definitely think with, and I don't think it's just something with Batwing in that region. I think that's an essential for the Mr. Terrific book. That's going to be there. I think it's an essential for things like Firestorm. You know, you have to have these points with all superheroes where you eventually look up to them and admire, whether you want to be them or not. Because there are heroes like, you know, I'm a Batman junkie now, but it's funny, as I've gotten older, I've come to realize I don't want to be Batman anymore because of what Gotham's like and just how dangerous that world is.
It's not a fun life.
No, not at all.
I love what Grant Morrison's doing with Bruce right now, where there's a scene in Batman Incorporated, one of the first, maybe even the first issue, where like Bruce is doing some stuff, and I think some villains are like, we have backup or whatever, and like Bruce is walking through and he's just smiling and happy because, like, he's not the only one in this fight now, and then, like, a bunch of other Batman characters show up, and you're like, that's right. Bruce is actually able to, like, trust people enough to have fun in his life, and it's like, I've been waiting to see this story for a while now, where, like, Bruce Wayne can actually breathe a little bit, because those books, like, I'm with you, like, being Batman as a kid is awesome because, you know, Batman is cool, but thinking about it as, like, an actual character trait, everything that guy puts himself through is the least fun you can possibly do to yourself. Like, there's nothing enjoyable almost about doing what Batman does. And so I was just really happy to see what Grant Morrison is doing with them now currently, where, like, it's still like a super serious mission, but some of the weight is off his shoulders and it's not so dire. It's still dire, but it's not like,
there's an adventure aspect to it back in there that there hasn't been in a while. Because I grew up as a kid liking the adventure of Batman. And I like the dark side of him. I do like the grim and gritty Batman. I'm not gonna be one of those, I don't like grim and gritty Batman. No, I like that. But I don't think that's all Batman is. I think Batman is the most well written when writers take advantage of how multifaceted he is. And I think that's true of any character. That's not exclusive to Batman. I think any character in comics and any new character that's being brought up in comics, you want to make sure that the character, the more well-rounded they feel, the more natural they feel having different aspects of themselves, the more we connect with them because we're like that. We aren't one, set personality, and that's all we are.
Never changing ever for 40 years, just the same person over and over again. That would be not fun.
And experiences and events going on around you are going to change you. I do think that's one of the things I'm excited about with what they're doing with this reboot, relaunch. I know that they're even saying you don't want to call it a reboot because, that's not...
Some things are staying the same.
Right.
Some things are different,
But the modernization...
Can I say something real quick about that?
Oh, sure, please.
Okay, so whenever the whole thing first broke, that DC was going to do this, I don't know who to blame. I guess I do blame DC because at the end, it's their control of the marketing. I feel like they were trying to manipulate fan reaction a little bit. Like with the Batgirl stuff, for instance, where it's like there's a strong possibility that Barb is still actually in a wheelchair, but just there's a new costume for her where she can go out there and be Batgirl, and a few of the other changes they've made where it's like, as they were trickling some of the information out, I just felt like some of it was, not malicious, because I don't think they're out there just trying to rile people up, but in an effort to spur conversation about what they were doing and to get publicity, which they did a great job of, because nobody talked about anything else in comics for a good 2 or 3 weeks when this news was coming out. I feel like a little bit though, they could have. Some people got really upset about what they were doing with Barbara Gordon, and understandably, and I'm one of them. I wasn't super upset because I was taking a wait and see attitude, but I feel like a little bit whenever the news was first announced, the first break of news that was going on, they could have done. I don't know what they could have done differently, but maybe they could have released a little bit more in the solicits or something like that, but. I feel like there's a lot of hubbub over what was happening, and fans got super, super agitated. And then it's easy for DC to come back and be like, you guys are way overreacting. It isn't that serious. Because they look like they're making a lot of changes, and we didn't know what was going on. And they were like, it's not a reboot, but some characters they're de-aging some things, and we don't know what's going to happen. So fans are getting real agitated for a while. And then we come to find out later that actually it isn't that big a deal. Some things are getting rebooted and retooled, but Green Lantern and Batman, for the most part, are staying exactly the same. And so,
I think in those cases, I think we're going to see. Well, while Green Lantern and Batman might be staying quote unquote the same, they're going to have to react to the changes of the world around them because there's pivotal changes going on with so many things. Mm-hmm. And I'm cautious to. I don't think there's one word we can use for this. I think there is going to be rebooting in some areas. There's going to be retooling and reworking in other areas to fold into rebooting. I think there's going to be de-aging of characters where certain events will have happened to them earlier in their lives because of the de-aging process. I think we're going to see that some characters were present for things that weren't there before because they're replacing a character who's no longer around or something. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're going to see a whole bunch of different things happening here. So I think what they're trying to do is find a hybrid where you're counting on the fact that there's certain books. First of all, you're insane when you've got books like Green Lantern and the Bat books that are high sellers to throw all of that out the window and totally slap in the face your fan base that's reading those books because you're really putting yourself on a suicide course. But at the same time, this Batgirl thing, did they do some of the releases and things that they did for shock value to get people riled up and talking? Of course they manipulated people. You're 100% correct on that. That's part of whether you like it or not. And I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking to everybody listening to this right now. That is part of marketing. Sometimes it's done well and it achieves 100% of your goal. Other times it gets people riled up, maybe in a way that you didn't expect, and you get a negative that you didn't expect before. And this isn't just the Batgirl thing. There was a lot of announcements that came out of there, and there was a lot of things that were missing for fans who are currently reading some of those things, like the whole JSA lineup's gone.
Yeah, they're all gone, and so even though I don't believe for a second that they're going to be gone for longer than 6 months to a year, you cannot convince me that DC is just going to shelf the JSA forever, because there's too much tied up with that. But it is what it is. I personally am super excited about what they're doing, just because I feel like it's comic books, and continuity is cool and all like that, but sometimes shaking it up is fun. Like, I thoroughly enjoy shaking it up, because ultimately it doesn't really matter, because like people die and they come back, and like the fact that Batgirl has stayed in the wheelchair for as long as she has is honestly remarkable to me. Like, it's a completely remarkable thing that they haven't rebooted it earlier, and they're going to make all these changes, but really all it takes is a couple of writers to get together and be like, Infinite Crisis Part 2, like, let's go. And so this can all be undone in an instant.
That's a great point, because, see, there was a lot of things that have been put back in place because of Infinite Crisis. Like, for example, a lot of Superman's Superboy origin. I don't know, if we even use that term exactly, but, the fact that he met the Legion of the Superhero and stuff like that, that stuff was not in place prior to Infinite Crisis. That was always a gray area as far as, what was his childhood like, and they danced around that for a while, because it was something that had been written out in '86.
Right.
And now it was brought back in with a different, and you could always do that again down the road if there was a reason. They felt that there was, reason to return to some of those story ideas. The stories are never gone. And technically, I mentioned this in a segment I just did with Daryl Taylor. The interesting part about all of this is, because of the fact that Flashpoint ties everything that happens in September, and the fact that some of the books in September are still going to reflect things beforehand, all of those stories still did happen. What happened is Flashpoint happened, and the world changed because of Flashpoint. So it is still all a part of continuity.
Right. And it's just like, the other thing that's absurd is that we have, like, I think we have all the Robins are there now, right?
Right.
And so Bruce Wayne is, seriously, even in this continuity, things had to have happened so fast to have all the Robins be there at the age that they are. So, like, there's no need to be, like, there's the reboot stuff, like, thinking about it too hard, like, putting a lot of thought into it is ultimately silly, because, I mean, having Dick and Tim and Jason and Damian all in the universe at the same time without the past 20-something years to build that up is a bit crazy, because they should, like, if this was following a reasonable timeline, all of that somebody would have killed themselves by now. Like, having Dick have his life be the way it is and him move on, and then Jason come out and then die and then come back, and then Tim fulfill the role and then have everything happen to him in his life, and then he moves out, and then Damian show up like, oh yeah, Bruce, you have a son, and then this is happening. Like, that's a lot to happen within like a 5 to 6 year period.
I guess that's what I'm wondering, though. Like, are there going to be changes to the Batman universe where some of those things happen faster?
Yeah,
or not? I don't know. I don't know how that's going to... There's a lot of questions I have, in a good way, for September. Like,
part of me hopes that they never answer any of those questions. Like,
yeah.
They put it out there. This is what it is. No explanation. Like, very silvery stuff. Just read. Just enjoy the story, dude. Like, yes, my chair's a helicopter. Don't worry how it would never work in real life. Just go with it. Like, just go with this.
Well, my understanding, and I don't know how true this is, there's been so many rumors out there right now, so I always like to put that disclaimer before I say anything like this, because, like, I've read this thing, I've read that thing, and I can't even tell you where I read it. I heard that they were going to be doing, like, another History of the DC Universe kind of mini-series at some point to answer some of these questions, which, honestly, going off of what you're saying, because I agree with your point, I would rather find out things from that route.
Right.
And I don't want to see all the books in September. I think there's certain books that need to address changes because it's going to be for storytelling purposes. For example, I think there's going to be a lot of explanation in books like Firestorm, for example, as far as what's what.
Right.
But I want some of them to have a mystery. Like, I liked that about 1 year later when it hit. A lot of the titles, you didn't really know how the character wound up where they were until, like, a certain number of issues down the line. And you found things out through bits and pieces along the way. And I'm hoping September does a lot of what I thought was the best in 1 year later. The best titles.
I loved the whole concept of 1 year later.
I
wish
too.
they had gone, like, a little further with it and just... Because, like, it was a clean break. Like, there was a chance for it to be almost a reboot in itself, because you skip out on an entire year of stuff and you can start clean and fresh. And it messed up the flow of some books, sure, but on the whole, like, there were so many cool things that were happening. Like the Catwoman thing with the kid and all that stuff. Like, there were so many cool things going on there. Like, I wish that like I feel like some of the books went gung ho with it, and other books try to fill in the pieces a little bit too quickly, and lost some of like the mystery out of what they were trying to do there.
One of the things that I really liked about that was that I think for creators that embrace the concept, and 1 year later really got clever with the mystery you were talking about. Where that was half the fun of it was we were getting these great adventures for the characters, but along the way there was like this subtext, this behind-the-scenes series of questions that we were finding out the answers to through interactions with supporting cast, through villains, and that was fun. I don't necessarily in September want to see every book addressing all of this the same way,
right?
Because that's no fun. I want to see, and the creator lineup is looking really good in September. So I'm really hoping that a lot of these creators take advantage of the things that are there, and some of them, do your origin right from the beginning for the ones that you need to. For the ones that you don't, where we're kind of jumping in there, look at just clever ways to kind of tease to fans and kind of fill us in on these situations. Batgirl, you were talking about that before. I don't know that there's one set way that can go.
Right.
There's a lot of different options there, and you were addressing that. You were saying, there's a possibility that this could be post the wheelchair. There's a possibility in my eyes this could be before the wheelchair. We don't know what the end of Flashpoint looks like yet, so we don't know how we're going to arrive at September until the end of Flashpoint. So there's a lot of open-ended questions that we have at this point that I really don't want to know the answer to now. I don't want to know what happened to Batgirl right now. I want to find that out organically as it goes on. But it's certainly, that's a character, it's a big shock to me. And there's going to be a lot of buzz there. And I think that's part of the reason I agree with you when you were saying there's a little bit of manipulation going on there. And on the marketing end, you'd almost be silly not to go there to a certain extent. It just doesn't.
Right.
Like you said, though, with marketing, it doesn't always. Sometimes it works to your positive. Sometimes it works to the negative. And sometimes it's somewhere in the middle. Because I do think there's fans who are very excited who maybe aren't being as vocal.
Yes.
About it. And then there's fans on the other end who, let's be honest. A lot of times your internet forums, you'll have like those, 5 or 6 people that always jump on first, and they've got their theories and they throw them out there and they trash something to death.
Right.
And then you'll get those rational people that'll follow up behind bravely.
Yeah.
Bravely.
Because it's hard. And the thing that upsets me about what happened with the Batgirl story is that I feel like there was very legitimate people who are very legitimately upset about this, right? Because there are not a lot of disabled characters running around in superhero universes, right? Like,
right.
There's just not a lot of them. And some of the ones that are actually, like Captain Marvel Jr., his superhero persona is not disabled in any way. Like, he says a magic word, and all of a sudden, all of it's gone. And so, I can understand some people being very, very displeased at losing one of the very few characters that exist, right? But then I felt like the people who had legitimate concerns over that were quickly overshadowed by the generic, typical angry internet crowd who was just mad for no reason, right? Like, they just came out to be against everything that's going on. And so the people with the valid criticism were quickly overshadowed, and then it became your typical internet thing where people are just yelling at each other for no reason anymore. So,
I like those conversations because, first of all, I'm an Oracle fan. I grew up as a kid. So, I'm of two minds on this. I grew up as a kid with the 60s Batgirl, Barbara Gordon. So, I'm excited. Like, I loved Batgirl Year One, where they were, really showing us the adventure style of that character. I do think it's one of the things that's worked about Stephanie Brown as Batgirl. She brought back that feeling and vibe to it. And I do think having Barbara Gordon back in that role again is going to bring a fan base back to the character who maybe has been away from it for a long time, and then it's going to bring maybe a new fan base who's going to be like, well, let me check it out and see what's up. At least that's my hope.
Right.
On the flip side, I'm a huge fan of Oracle. So, the crowd that's like, not just because, and I do think her disability is actually one of the reasons why I like Oracle, in the sense that not because she's disabled, but because of how she's worked past that disability and become as an essential and as important a DC Universe character as any of your. I see, and I'm almost ready to call her a B-list character, I guess, and that would be like anybody who's behind your, like, your Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, in that role. But I don't even know. She's pretty iconic. There's a part of me, there's a part of me that kind of leans that, like, she's a strong A-.
I don't know her as Batgirl. See, that's the thing. Like, my only experience with her as Batgirl is in the Batman cartoon from either the animated series or the new, like, the Batman. Right, like outside of that, and the new Brave and the Bold show, like I don't, like comic book wise, I don't think I didn't read Batgirl Year One. I should, but like I don't think I've ever read a story, maybe like one of the Batman classifieds, like where Barbara Gordon was back. Like as long as I've been reading comics, she's been Oracle because that story happened so long ago. So there's a whole generation of people like me who like they don't have any real comic experience with her. Like I know because like Cassandra Cain was Batgirl when I first got into it.
Yeah.
And then Stephanie Brown has been there since then, and so like I don't know, like I have no idea what Barbara Gordon Batman was like in the comic books. And another thing is, if they happen to erase Killing Joke, I'm okay with that because I'm one of like the people who don't like that story at all. Because like I'm always weirded out whenever I like girl and refrigerator stories where they have these female characters who show up in these books. Who, like, if you reread Killing Joke, Barbara Gordon serves no purpose to that story outside of a tool that Joker uses to get at Commissioner Gordon. And so, like, if that doesn't happen, like, I'm okay with that because I don't feel like that was a strong moment for that character. Like, everything after that was strong, but the way they used Barbara Gordon as just a random character to humiliate and then throw in like that, like, it's set with me the wrong way, that story. And so, like,
I'm not a fan. One of the things that I loved about Killing Joke was that they didn't ignore it. Because my opinion was always, if you're going to do that to a main event character like Barbara Gordon, you better make it count. And there would be no Oracle if that didn't happen and they didn't roll with it. So I give them credit for not... I'm not a fan of doing those stories for no purpose. Like, if you're going to do that, and you're going to put that character in that role. First of all, in that story, it had a pivotal effect on Batman and on Commissioner Gordon because of the fact that this was somebody who was very near and dear to both of them. So to make it somebody faceless, nameless, wouldn't have had that punch and that value to it.
Oh, no, I agree with that part.
But on the flip side, and I'm addressing a lot of what you're talking about because I am not a big fan of the women in refrigerator stories when they're going to go that route. And part of the issue with women in refrigerator, too, is you tend to see that happen more often with female characters than male characters being used for that purpose. And that's a whole different problem. But I'm not a fan of doing that with either male or female characters when it's for that one quick shock value. There's no story value to it. There's nowhere to go with it. The thing with Killing Joke that makes it to me such an iconic story and why, and you don't have to agree with me on this, I'm not saying that, but I'm just providing a different opinion on it, so this doesn't have to be like, you don't have to go at the end, yes, you're right on that. What I liked about it was that it didn't wind up being this isolated one shot that did nothing. They actually took the ball and went with it and did something with it. And if you're going to do something like that, God, you got to have a story afterwards, whether it's a guy or a girl, whatever, or, whatever route you're going on that. You better have a plan to make that something of value to the readers because I hate seeing that happen to characters, especially main characters, to see them victimized in such a way and then there's never any payoff. Oracle's payoff. The payoff for Barbara Gordon was not what happened to her in Killing Joke. It was where she wound up with her life after that.
Right. Yeah, like my only objection to that story is just that it's not a Barbara Gordon story. You know, the whole idea was just Joker trying to get Jim Gordon off his rocker. See, like, I can make you as crazy as I am by doing this horrible thing, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, Joker had no idea. Like, he still has no idea that that was Batgirl, right? Like, it was only Commissioner Gordon's daughter. And so, that's my real issue with that story itself. But where she's gone since then is to me that's just the catalyst to get her to this point where she's at now. And so, I identify with the people who are I know this is the way I know this person, and so it's weird whenever they release this image, they release this idea that she's back to being Batgirl, with no mention of how she got there. Well, I can see where people can be very worried about I guess considering it a regression. Like I don't, because all these stories.
They
really
can't reveal
don't
that
change
now,
it.
though.
No, I understand.
Wait, and actually, but there's actually an interview with Gail Simone on Newsarama. That's why I don't mean to cut you off on this.
That's fine.
A lot of what you're saying, she gets in. There's an interview in Newsarama because this was brought up adamantly on Newsarama, and she actually went on there. And whether you agree or disagree with the interview or anything like that, that's for anybody to read it to judge. But for anybody who's interested in this topic area, go there. She responds to what she can, but one of the points she makes in the interview, which is relevant to what you're saying now, is to reveal now why this is all happening or how this is all happening would be to reveal the end of Flashpoint, and you can't. Because that's what leads to this. So we can't really know that as fans right now without ending this event. So a lot of the teases that are there that are confusing. Like for me, let's go to a different character, Red Robin. When I first saw that Teen Titans cover, I'm like,
Talent.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, and there was few of them. I'm pretty easygoing with reboots and stuff because, like I've shared on the show, in '86 I was there with Man of Steel and stuff like that, and they made changes to the Bat books and stuff. So I've been through, and Wonder Woman had huge changes then. I've been through reboots and seen payoffs to them. So I'm usually pretty easygoing on this. When I saw that, I'm like, what? and then it looked like from the blurb that Tim Drake was not Batman's sidekick formally. This was a way to put Tim Drake in the DC universe without that happening, if that makes sense. Now, the later solicit did reveal that he was Bruce Wayne's Robin at some point, prodigy. Now, I'm still convinced that we don't know what that looked like. Is it that he went through the whole Robin progression that we've seen? Because obviously if things have changed for Superboy and Wonder Girl and Kid Flash on his team, there's much of his history that did not happen to him.
Right. No, exactly. So, yeah, when I first saw it, I'm like, is that Talon? Are they changing, like, alternate universe stuff? No, it's, like, that costume was really, I was very interested. I love all the, I don't like Superboy's redesign, because the tear-off t-shirt thing is weird to me, but all the other costumes, I'm all for it.
You know what? I'm growing more and more. Like, there's ones like Green Arrow was one, for example. I'm pretty much a classic Ollie fan, and somebody on the forums called me on this, and they're 100% correct. It is like kind of a hybrid of his current costume and Smallville and all that. I didn't make a Smallville connection initially. I was just kind of looking at that, and I'm kind of like, well, but I really like the classic Green Arrow costume. But it's funny, out of all the covers as I've been going through them, that's one that has really captured my interest. I actually, on the source, you can save those covers because, they're up there. And I actually have it on my iPad as my lock screen cover. I'm laughing at it because I show my wife, and she goes, why do you always laugh when you open that thing up? And I said, because the irony of this is I hated this costume when it first was released. I said, now I have it as my lock screen. I said, so what does that tell you? So, I mean, there's stuff that as a fan, I mean, a lot of times people think that I'm Sean's positive, loves everything and all that. No, I have the same reactions that other people do, You're changing certain things that I like, that bugs me. I'm worried about Tim Drake because I love the character so much. But the more information I've gotten, the more intrigued I am versus being... oh, this stinks and all that. We don't know so much right now. We've seen blurbs, we've seen covers, and I want to. Now I'm in the point where I want to find out. I'm more interested in seeing the hows and the whys, especially now that more creators are talking.
Right. Like I want the stories. My problem with what's going on here is nothing to do with what DC's doing anymore, and everything to do with how solicitations have to work. How we have to know 3 months in advance, like what is going, like, the cover and the general premise, so that you can go and pre-order these books 3 months in advance. Like 3 months is a long time.
Yeah.
And so, like, especially with events, like, so whenever you have a 5-issue event, after the second issue of, if everything's on time, like after the second issue of this event, you're getting the synopsis for the conclusion coming up, and then all the tie-in books and the aftermath of all that stuff. And it's like, they had to walk a line between telling you enough that to get you interested in buying that book in the first place, but not saying too much to where they kill any reason for you to read it. So it's like, I wish there was a way for them to just say nothing until like a month before it's happening. They can be like, boom, here it is. Next month, craziness happens.
Dude, how cool would it have been to have found this out at the last week in August?
Oh, that'd have been
the end of Flashpoint. They released that Justice League issue because they're both being released that last week. Mm-hmm. So we find out the end of Flashpoint, there is a brand new Justice League issue right on the shelf. And we find out at the end of Flashpoint, there's like a blurb at the end saying, guess what? Everything you know has changed. All new DC in September. Right. I mean, that would have been I mean, they can't do that.
I know they can't do it, but like...
Well, retailers would have to know for their own ordering purposes to do that. So, I mean, to try and keep that under wraps is pretty much so an impossibility now.
It's impossible the way our market is now.
But how cool would that have been?
That's what I kind of... I kind of live for that kind of thing in storytelling. In my month-to-month storytelling soap opera books, I live for... Like, I don't read previews for the most part. Like, I've read these previews to like kind of get a feel for what's going on, but on the whole, I don't read previews. It's just not my thing because I want some surprise. Like, it's only 22 pages, right? Like, so I like having some surprise in my stuff whenever I open up the book and I don't know what's going to happen, and then next month I don't know what's going to happen either, right? Like, I love surprises in my stories. Like, I don't like knowing.
I think a lot of our creators have started to get a lot more clever where there's blurbs and solicitations put on where they give you enough information that you know, like enough tease to get pulled into the story, but they leave the bread and butter out of it. Like, I'm really enjoying Detective Comics right now. We just talked about this. I was talking about with Daryl Taylor. And one of the cool things I really like about that is I'm following this story. There's an unfolding mystery, and I have my own suspicions as far as who the big bad is. Mm-hmm. But they keep throwing curveballs at me, and the how we get from A to B, I have no idea of. And none of the reason why I'm thinking who the big bad is has come from solicitations. It's come from the story.
Right. That's fun.
Yeah, it's great. And yet the solicitations, I do feel, are captivating and draw you into buying the book. So I think they're doing it's a great example of marketing and creative doing a nice job of coming up with ways to tease what's going on. Because I think you need to do that in comics now, because if you don't and we know too much, it's getting to the point where, there was a stretch there, and I do think it's gotten better, where you could read previews trying to make, good choices on a tight budget on what to buy, because that's why I used to always read previews. Mm-hmm. Was that I wanted to know, like, okay, what books do I want to get? Because I can't get everything. God, I wish I could, but that previews catalog is like a Bible.
Right. This thing is huge, and you just can't. I have moved almost entirely to trades for a number of reasons, part of which is price. Some of it is just, where I am in my life right now, like currently with school and work and all that kind of stuff. Keeping up with monthlies is difficult to do sometimes, and so I've moved almost entirely to trades, and that's hard to do. Like, there's no, because the way they trade certain books, like, it's hard to know when things are coming out. I don't know if things are going to get traded, so I have to, like, if I hear that a story is really, really good, DC may not trade that story, though, right? Like, there might be a book that's good, but it's not going to get put in a collected form, and so now I have to go make sure I remember that to go mark it back down. But, like, if a series is coming out, like, the trade may not come out until 7-8 months after that run is over, or it may come out the next month after the run is over. Like, there's nothing on that. And I wish there was a way for me, like, an easy way to keep tabs on all the trades that are coming out in short order. Like, I know for a fact that next month this is what DC's putting out on the trade list,
Yeah, that would actually be really and also knowing that, like, if you start reading one book in trade, you'll be able to continue following that progression. Where you're like, right. I really dig this, and I like getting it in the bound version, in the bound format. I'd like to be able to continue following that and know that my purchase of a trade counts towards them saying, hey, there's an interest in people reading it this way. Right. There are books that I read totally in trade, because we're mainly a DC podcast. My budget goes towards, in order to keep up with all the DC stuff, towards a lot of DC. But I love, like, Marvel characters, just as much. And there's a lot of independent characters that I really dig and creators who I follow.
Right.
So, but my Marvel stuff, is almost exclusively in trade, just because it's easy to follow big storylines, it's easy to follow character arcs, and their trade program's actually really solid.
Yeah, Marvel is really good on the trade department. Like, I wish DC would take a look at, like, DC's talking about the new digital strategy, and it's all great. Like, if everything actually stays in line, the strategy is great. Whereas it's same like day and date price, like every day and date, and then a month later. Because I'm getting all my books like a month later, whenever the price goes down to $2, and that works for me. I don't mind being a month late on like getting some of these stories, and so. That's all well and good. I wish at the same time they had been like, also guys, for some of you who read these things in trades, we are going to have a definitive trade policy. Like, we are going to come out with an actual guideline that says we're putting these books out, and they're going to come out exactly 3 months after the last issue of that story arc releases. And that'd be excellent to know, instead of having to like guess and hope. Like, I know that Batman's going to get traded, and that some of the bigger books will, but I'm not exactly certain where the trades are going to be at for some of the lower titles. Like, I'm just not exactly sure when they're going to come out, and I wish that they had said with the digital stuff, this is it too.
And there's a lot of unique titles that are coming out of there that are smaller books. I mean, like, when I say smaller books, I mean, they're characters who you're like, wow, they're releasing that. I was looking over the list.
I counted at least 17 or 18 that I was like, this is great. I don't know how they're going to sell more than 12 of these a month. Like, I was excited. Like, Frankenstein, I love, but like Frankenstein and all of the Stormwatch book and anything with Wildstorm characters like Voodoo or Grifter, I'm like, oh, these are awesome. But I don't know what they plan on doing with those. Like, as far as people actually buying them, they're cool characters. We've seen this story.
Yeah, it's going to be they're actually being folded into the DC universe, which is a first for them. Where they're, instead of them being like, technically they were part of the DC universe because they were part of the 52 before, but this is very different than They're part of this universe.
Yeah.
And like you said, there's going to be some real impact there with them. So I'm going to be very curious to see how that works, because I've been a fan when they've tried to do that. Like, they took those Red Circle characters. I liked that. The first wave stuff, I was digging that. Milestone, they were starting to bring it, like Zombie. There's a book that I would love to see, and I'm hoping that somewhere, because I know this is only like the first wave. This is only the first wave of titles that they're doing. I'm sure they're going to do, because if you take a look at 52 books,
there's 20 less than they're doing now.
Yeah. There's no way that's going to stick. I mean, they're going to launch out another wave of books or do it gradually or something. I'm hoping a title like Zombie, which is really cutting edge, gets launched again, because I'm digging that book a great deal. I'm glad to see Static that was on the lineup, because that's one it was supposed to have been released before. And I do think what ended up happening was similar to what happened with Batwoman. They said, let's launch that title in September when we're doing all these relaunches, because to launch it now, we're going to wind up in the situation. I was surprised they didn't do that with Zombie.
Yeah.
Because Zombie, I think, almost should have waited till September. I wish it waited till September for a launch, because it's been a cool book, and I'm like, why would they have launched this? Because at this point, I'm sure when they launched Zombie, they knew they were doing this, because they didn't launch Batwoman because of this.
Right. I wonder if John Rosen just could not have done both, maybe.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
And so they chose to go with Static, who might actually sell, as opposed to Zombie, who has a very limited appeal.
And maybe Zombie will appear in Static. That would make me happy, because I guess what I'm saying is I like Zombie.
Zombie is really good. I read the original run. Like, I said it in my email, where the Milestone books are they're big for me, because growing up when I did, the Static Shock TV show, Static Shock came on TV, but by then the Milestone universe was already mostly over. And so I think it was over by the time the Static came on TV.
It was.
Yeah,
because
it was over. So
my exposure to Static was from the cartoon, so It was over by then. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. Yeah, I had no idea that there was this whole universe of these characters that were out there, and so after watching a few episodes of the show, I was like, this is awesome. And so I actually ended up going back and finding a lot of the old Milestone books, because they were still new enough to where you can get big runs of them, and for not a lot of money. Like they hadn't all dispersed yet, so I was able to read a lot of those going into high school, and like so, those books mean a lot to me. And so, like when I saw a zombie come back, I was excited, but like I'm still worried because I didn't think they could sell, and I was surprised when they announced the zombie book. So like, I appreciate you doing it because after the initial merger, like in the Justice League story where they had the milestone characters first come over, it wasn't received very well. So I thought the milestone characters were just officially dead, like at that point in time. Like they would have Static in the DCU because he's the most popular one, but outside of that, and for the most part that is true. Like the milestone characters on the whole don't exist in the DCU anymore. Like Static is there and Zombie is there, but like you don't really see Icon and Rocket, and the Blood Syndicate isn't there and all that kind of stuff. But I was excited when Zombie came out because like anytime I can see one of those characters come back from like the era of my life, I'm super stoked. So,
well, I got into Static and the cartoon, and I should clarify this. When I got into Static, it was after the cartoon had been around for a little while, and I ended up seeing the crossover that they did with Justice League Unlimited, and that drew me into Static. So it was funny how that crossover made me go, oh, wow, this character Static's really cool. So then I started watching the cartoon. So I shouldn't say that I know 100% for sure when Milestone ended in relation to the cartoon. I should say that the main run of Milestone was done when that crossover happened because there wasn't I was able to find a lot of Static comics, but it was harder to find the other Milestone books, at least the comic shop I was dealing with at the time. So when the characters were being put into the Justice League by Dwayne McDuffie, I was really into it. And I really liked how he was doing it because it wasn't – we had enough of the Justice Leaguers, you know, like the characters we traditionally think of as members of the Justice League in there. There was a storytelling reason for characters to be replacing like Superman, for example. So that worked for me. You know, to start having some of the, you know, the heavy hitters from Milestone taking over. And I'm like, oh, this is fun. It's kind of a neat way for me to get to know these characters. They were fitting in with the team and the direction that he was going storytelling-wise. And it was adding just some new toys to play with because you were adding different character dynamics to the Justice League. And I'm a fan of that. I do think the Justice League is a team where it should feel like in this universe, based on circumstance, your roster's going to change. Where you're going to have those core members of people that you're thinking, okay, we need at least this many people that are your core, well-known or you know, at least moderately well-known DC Universe characters that you can believe that these are characters that your main hitters like Superman and Batman would trust to be Justice Leaguers. I think that's essential to the Justice League. You know, you're going to need at least one or two big namers, at least. You know, like your Green Arrows, or you know, that was one of the things I liked about Nightwing. You know, Batman becoming the leader of the Justice League was that you know, Dick Grayson's to me a heavy hitter, and he should be on that team. So you've got those characters, but then it's always fun in the Justice League to have like your smaller characters to have them become larger and more well known. And
so the cartoon was so great.
Yeah,
that's one of the things where the cartoon was so excellent. Whenever they expanded the roster from 7 to infinity, like you could have like for most episodes, and it's true in the comic book too, that the Justice League Unlimited comic, which is fantastic, by the way. If you haven't read it, it's hard to find now, sort of, because Johnny DC books have very small circulation, so good luck finding issues of it. And the digests are also hard to find, but if you like the show at all, the comic book is excellent to go with it. But it was always awesome where you have most episodes have Superman and Batman in them. And every now and then they would go off, and then you would have an episode where the only characters that are in there are like Vigilante and the Shining Knight, and I forget. There's one episode called Patriot Act where it was all non-superpower characters, and it was really cool to have that episode thrown in there. And then they have other episodes where like you have characters like Bulleteer show up, and you're like, what is this about? You know. And it's just really cool. I love that idea where you can just pull in anyone, and you have these characters who you haven't seen or you don't see very often, and they get time to shine. And somebody could look at this and go, "Vigilante is super awesome. Why can't I see more of him?" You know, and they grow a fondness for for these C and D list characters, even on the Justice League Unlimited show. Like, these characters are characters I had never heard of at times. It was like, oh, that is really, really cool. I'm hoping that after they settle things down in the Justice League now, that we get a little more of that. That we get your big hitters to bring people in who aren't regular fans, and then a sprinkling, like a little dabble of like all these other side characters that we don't ever see that can fit storytelling wise, you know.
Well, they said the roster is going to be 15 characters when it's done. So that provides actually a lot of opportunity to do just what you said while doing, actually, it looks like they're doing a formula very similar to what happened. Remember, the first 2 seasons of Justice League was your typical just heavy hitters that we expect, like, which looks very similar to the cover lineup we have. Yeah. And then as it branched out, we got to see that Unlimited lineup, which to me, that one of the best, forgetting cartoon or animated, one of the best DC property releases I think we've ever seen. The writing on it was top-notch. The episodes were fantastic. I would be hard-pressed to I don't know if I could think of one that I felt was like not as good a quality as the rest. Like, each episode was fantastic.
So good. Like, they were all so good, and they did so many different things. And so my real hope, like, outside of even like the characters, is a diversity in storytelling, really, because Justice League, I don't know how to put this. Like, not that it's a stagnant book, because they tried things sometimes, but I feel like the adventures they get kind of not stuck in an adventure, but the threats tend to be of a similar nature. You know what I mean? Like, not that they're the same story, but the threats tend to be of a similar, like, oh, this is a big deal kind of a thing, right? And they don't often take time to have some of the smaller adventures the way. Do you remember, I think it was 2 years ago, they had an 80-page giant where, I think it was 2 years ago, the 80-page giant they had where the characters got branched off in different times?
Yes.
So, like that was so good. Like,
yes, and it was one overarching story, but each individual scenario was partnering up 2 characters that maybe you didn't always expect to see together as a partner team.
Yeah, that was super awesome, and I would like to see a few more of that. Like, there's a particular issue I remember of the Dwayne McDuffie run in Justice League where it was just the Flash and Wonder Woman, I think it was, fighting Queen Bee. I think that's the team. And I remember just really enjoying that, like really, really enjoying that particular issue because it was so different from what we had, not different, but it was a change of pace from what he was doing beforehand with the big villains. Like, because there was like the Solomon Grundy thing and the Red Tornado arc that was kind of a big deal, getting the team together. And then it came in after that, and there's a few good issues there, but it was still a big threat. And then, I mean, Queen Bee was posing a big threat, but really, it was only 2 characters in that book, and they went on to do their little adventure, and we had that, and that was a whole lot of fun.
It was, and it was definitely the Flash because it was Wally West, and that was a very cool story because it was again something that you didn't expect to see the 2 of them together, and they really played off the fact that we haven't really seen much one-on-one interaction with those 2 characters.
Right. I mean, like, these guys may be on the team together, but really, thinking about it, like, they don't always have a lot of time to chit-chat. Mostly they're just, get together, fight bad guy, and then go out. But then on these smaller missions, you get some of these character moments. Like, you get like conversations they have or seeing the dynamic that those 2 can work together power-wise. And also, like, it gives you opportunity to, like, to kind of stretch the way these guys use their powers. Because in a big team, sometimes people fall back sort of on, Superman is strong and has laser vision, so he'll punch and then laser beam somebody. And then Batman throws a batarang, and then the Flash runs fast and that kind of thing, right? But when you break the team down a little by little, sometimes you get a chance for the writer and artist to really expand on how 2 characters will use their powers together in a way. And I love seeing that kind of stuff because it's still it's a superhero comic book. Like, come on, let these guys flex their muscles some. Like, I love seeing characters try things out with their powers that are just kind of awesome. Even if they don't make a whole lot of sense. Like, I like seeing characters being able to branch out a little bit from what they normally get to do in fight scenes.
It's when I was growing up as a kid and I was reading the Justice League, there were a lot of stories. It sometimes became too formulaic or, you did this too much. But they did, and JSA's done this from time to time too, where you'd take smaller groups, whether it's a partner or groups of 3, and you'd have them split off, and they'd all come together, like that 80-page giant that you were talking about. They'd all come together in an end. Now, where it became too formula was that started becoming what every adventure was like.
Right.
And you don't want that either.
No.
I think one of the great things is that mix it up a bit. And, do what you're saying. Do where you do some of those. And, because you get those character pieces like you talked about with that Wonder Woman and Flash issue, where you can see what those dynamics are like. And don't always make it the same character. Sometimes there's reasons to partner people up because you want to show that these people just tend to really work well together. But then you got to, from time to time, put them with a different pairing to show how maybe they don't.
Right. Sometimes there's a reason that these two characters don't, like, there's a reason Plastic Man and Wonder Woman don't hang out all the time, because personality-wise, they don't get along. Like, Plastic Man and Wonder Woman are just, sometimes they don't want to hang out together. So, like, it makes sense. Well, they're not all the way together, but sometimes show us. Like, don't just tell us all the time. Like, sometimes it'd be nice to see. Maybe not even a whole issue. Like, maybe just like a 2 or 3 page thing as part of the overarching story where we get to figure out that, that was actually a bad idea to put these guys in the same part together,
Are there any hopes that you have for September that you haven't mentioned right now? Like anything that you would really like to see that you want to make sure to get out there?
Okay, I know there's some. This is not on the DC Universe part. I'm really sad that they didn't. Like, I know they're not going to reboot Johnny DC because there's no continuity to reboot, but, like, I wish there would be some love, because those books deserve to sell more than they sell every month.
Oh, yeah.
Like, those books are really, just because they're for kids doesn't mean they're not good stories. Like, they're telling good stories in these books, and they're written really well. The art is good too, and I wish that they weren't ghettoized in a way, because like I feel like comic book fans are becoming more and more homogenous, like superhero fans at least, right? There's becoming this kind of homogeny among the fans as what they want to see. Like, we're getting a lot more dark stories. We're getting, like, things are gritty all the time, like gritty, because this is realistic storytelling, because, like, this is what we want. And so I'm just hoping that DC can announce, like, maybe one more Johnny DC book, because Young Justice has some issues here and there, but overall the comic book is actually really good, better than the show so far. And then, not that the show is bad, like, I didn't want to make it sound like the show isn't any good, but, like, the Justice League comic book is doing some good things in it. Tiny Titans is phenomenal. Every issue, it's just a bag of fun. Like, that book needs more love than it gets, because it is one of the funniest things you'll read every week. And the jokes sometimes are awful and silly, and they're just full of puns and, like, bad knock-knock jokes. But it works. Like, it never gets old. Like, they're 40 issues into it or something like that now, and I don't remember one where I read it and was like, that was a dud. Like,
right.
Every issue is great. And so I wish that DC would give more love to that side of their, like, devote some marketing towards those books, like, just a little bit. Because DC has all this press. Like, they've had all the attention in the comic world has been on them for the past month or two. And I kind of wish they would, like, push some of it towards their kids lineup, because the stuff is really good. But I'm excited about DC as a whole, because I think this is their best idea they've had, probably since 1 year later, and maybe even well before that, where they're just taking things and giving a fresh start to some stuff. And so my hope is that some of these books are happy. Like, I'm just hoping that even if, like, on the whole, a lot of things are going to be dark and serious, like, I'm hoping there's one book where every problem isn't solved with a fist, and everything, there's not a lot of bloodshed and gore going on in some of these things. It'd be nice to see a couple of books come out of this relaunch where people solve problems with other unique ways, and people smile. Like, I want to see my character smile sometimes. It's nice when they're happy,
I'd like to see a rebranding almost of the DC Kids. And I don't know what the answer is. Instead of calling it DC Kids or something like that. Because, it's funny, you're mentioning that, and I think we as fans naturally keep saying the kids book, the kids book, the kids book. But it really is the everyone book. Because Young Justice, I echo your sentiments on that exactly. If you're watching the cartoon and you really like the cartoon, and you're not reading the comic book, you're actually doing yourself a disservice, because the cartoon and the comic book are really excellent companion pieces. Nothing's regurgitated. And if they bring in something that happened like in the cartoon, because like they've referenced the initial 2-hour movie in there, but they did it in such a way where what they were doing was doing more of a focused piece on Superboy when they did it in the comic, and they did it so well. And there was some great emotion and storytelling behind it. And it's a book that honestly, you were talking about Justice League Unlimited. I think this goes with that cartoon just as well as the Justice League Unlimited book did back in the day. And I don't feel like it, when I read it, I never feel like it's a kid's book. I think it's very intelligently written. It's fun. And a lot of times, we say fun, it's almost like you're diminishing something because you're saying it's fun. And I need, like, Tiny Titans to me, fun every single month. But I think there's something in that book that works. It's like, it reminds me what I like about Pixar movies. Like, there's something in there that's clearly for the kids, that's really accessible. But there are so many continuity and even comic fan behind the scenes references where they will, they'll satire, like conversations we're all having about continuity or something like that, they will satire in there. And so, I mean, there's something in there for the kids, there's something for the adults. So I definitely echo your sentiments on, like, Tiny Titans. To me, if you're a DC fan and, you consider yourself a pretty hardcore DC fan, you're not reading Tiny Titans, you're really doing yourself a disservice because they satire almost everything. They'll do the big events.
When Cyborg joined the league, they made, like, the book made jokes about Cyborg. Yeah. No, continuity's different now. Like, you're an adult. You can't be in this book anymore. Like, it was hilarious.
And that stuff, I think, is fantastic. It's... You need that every so often, and you need, like, good books like that. And I don't know what the answer is, but I agree with you. Like, those sales numbers drive me nuts. Yeah. And those are books. Honestly, if they're doing day and date digital on all these other books, I'm hoping that when they do that transition in September, they do those day and date digital as well. Because if you're not making your all ages material available to kids on digital devices on a price point,
you're losing out.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm very pro retailer, so I don't mean any of this as like a knock on saying don't go to your comic shops, go digital. I don't mean it that way. What I mean is I think digital, the whole point of digital and the whole focus of digital should be to target a new audience. Your audience, well, like you said you're reading trades mostly right now, but you're looking at digital saying, hey, that 30-day wait period, it's going to $1.99 now. You're now going to be buying comics in a way, different comics, maybe in a way that you didn't before, because they're accessible to you in a way that fits your lifestyle and your purchasing needs. So that's a new fan, a fan buying something new in a new way. So you're exactly what I'm talking about when you're talking about making some of those purchases that way. That's who should be targeted. People who aren't normally reading DC books in the retail shop should be targeted with the digital, and to bring a larger fan base to increase some of these numbers on this. And all companies should do this, not just DC.
Yeah, everyone
should look at ways to draw people, because I do think that's going to put butts into comic shops. If you're targeting new people, if you're just targeting the traditional comic fan who are going every week to the comic shop and buying their books weekly, you're making a huge mistake with this. If you target outside of that audience, though, and target kids, start doing ads like, wait, you know what those ads should be? All of your DS games and stuff like that. Find a way to buy some advertising and stuff like that for Tiny Titans, and put that on as a digital extra. A comic book takes up no space, I'm sure. No,
they are super small files. Like, if you look at your Comixology thing that you got, like, if you look at the file size of the book you got, it's not big at all. Like, they're really small. Like, if you have a Green Lantern, like, Batman Brave and the Bold had a game that came out, I don't know, 6 to 8 months ago, and it's actually a very fun DS game, and the Wii game is fun too. What you can do is just put, like, an issue of that comic book in the game, right? Like, put an issue or two as, like, a bonus, like, because these games have collectibles in them. And you can run around and you can find a collectible, and some of those can be comic books. And after the person finds that comic book, they can have it in a library somewhere where they can go in there and they can actually read the entire book on their device. And it's like a gateway. It's a little Trojan horse. They bought this video game, and all of a sudden now they're like, oh, look, there's a book I want to buy too. And then point them in the direction where they can also now buy that book. Like,
right, and that includes retail stores. Do retail, the digital, everything. Point in all possible directions, and allow them, if like a DS, make sure they can download it to that device.
Yes, like make it like look at. I know this is very, very different, but look at Netflix. What Netflix did.
Oh yeah,
and how they put themselves like you cannot buy a device now if Netflix isn't on it. Like Netflix is on everything you buy. Like it's in your TV. Like it's actually in TVs now, and so Netflix made it so that it's your ability to say no to this product is like being taken away from you almost, right? Like you don't have a choice anymore. Like if you don't want it, you don't want it. But like you can't have an excuse that says, I don't know where to get Netflix. I don't know where I can find Netflix anymore, right? Like they're everywhere. People can too easily say, I don't know where to get comics, right? Like on a monthly basis. There's not a lot. I think there's less than 2,000 LC like comic book store, like actual dedicated comic book shops that sell monthly books in the United States anymore. And so it's reasonable to say you may not know where to go get monthly books. But when you do it digitally and you put them out in more places, and maybe in your big giant Green Lantern movie that comes out, you say at the very end or like at the beginning somewhere in the credits, because the same company that runs your books, runs your movies. Not a whole commercial, just a little panel that says like, "Go read the book at the store."
They did that in the Green Lantern movie. Actually,
they did because I haven't seen it yet. So that's awesome, right? That's awesome. So,
it was at the end credits.
That's fine.
So I mean, it's one of those things, but it was like midway through the credits. But I actually I applaud that because it was the first time I remember seeing it in anything in a while, and that's a good launching point, and that's something that's neutral, as far as that would point people to comic shops, point people to, because I do think there's ways for digital to be to the advantage of both obviously digital retailers, but also to the advantage of storefront retailers. I think digital can offer both if handled correctly.
Right.
If you're trying to divvy up the same audience, obviously digital is going to hurt. I mean, that's it's a no-brainer on that. Sure, of course it is.
Exactly.
Because you're now trying to divide up the same audience. But if digital's done right, it's still going to take away some storefront people because they might prefer reading things digitally, but it's also going to bring in new storefront people that have never been there before because you're bringing a new audience who likes swag. Video games, you mentioned video games like, Batman game and stuff like that. Buying collector's editions and all that, why are they so popular now? You can't really go throughout the course of a year. There's not a month where there isn't at least 2 or 3 collector's editions versions of video games being released with all the statues and books and art books and swag.
And a batarang.
Exactly. I've got one sitting on my shelf. But, from the Batman Arkham Asylum game. But I'm saying, that's across video gaming, which proves there is an audience who, even though they're playing digital games, like to have the physical piece that goes along with it. And I think your video game audience is a ready tapped audience to read comic books as long as you get it in their hands. And I think your Netflix example is to me exactly what I think of when I want to see digital comics is. I want to see it in the face of people who wouldn't normally try it. In this Comixology, they have a lot of companies under their banner. So there's a great opportunity there for that to be the ambassador piece. If we get it, it's available on most of your devices, also on your computers and laptops. But I want to see that being something that is available in more places to be installed, because it makes and I'm talking about to make awareness to people who aren't currently reading. We're already there. I know that there's comics available on the web. There's comics digitally. There's comics at the stores. I know it. I'm already seeking that stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Somebody else, like I have a story to tell real quick. It's a short one. I stopped reading comic books after high school. I just no real reason. I fell out of it. That's not completely true. I still was reading Ultimate Spider-Man because I got a subscription to that, and so that was still coming to my house. So, but after high school, mostly I stopped reading comic books. I was out of it, right? And then I go off the campus about a year or two later after I left high school, and I still wasn't reading books. And then one day, I go downstairs to the common area, and there's a guy reading comic books on the 70-inch TV downstairs, right? And yeah, he was doing it illegally. So this is not a piracy advocacy thing at all. please don't misconstrue this. But I go downstairs, and there's a guy reading comic books on the giant common room TV, right? And I look at this and I go, well, that is kind of nifty, right? Because the artwork was like huge and big and stuff. And so that's one of the things that got me back into it. Because I went downstairs with him, and he gained it through illegal means, but he had years and years of runs of stuff, right? He had full back issues of a lot of stories. And so being in college and living on campus and having way too much free time on my hands, I was able to go through and read 10 years worth of DC comic books all at once for the most part. And then I started buying books, right? Because I wanted to get back into this thing. I wanted to be part of this again. So right around when was Infinite Crisis? Right around there, I got back into it really full swing, sort of, right? I went back. I found a local shop because Charlotte fortunately has 3. Oh, now they have 4, but at the time they had 3 really good shops. And so I was able to go back in, buy some books, and do all of that stuff, right? But it wouldn't have happened if there wasn't someone who had all this stuff readily available to them, right? And in easy to hand out manner. And so what I'm saying by that is that if DC and Marvel, because they're the biggest, because people know them the most, and the smaller companies are doing this to an extent now, if DC and Marvel can get some of their back issues up online, and lots of them, big, giant bundles of back issues of books that no one wants to read, Arion, sort of, was that the DC book Arion?
Yeah.
I love that book. I went back and bought old back issues of it because I love that book so much. It's so ridiculous, underwater adventure stuff. That book is cool. Put all of those online, put all that stuff back there, and then put it on big, huge sales so that people can buy them and get them easily and watch them wherever and read them wherever they are, where they have no excuse where they can't read the comic book they have, right? If they did that, I think that would do. You'd be surprised people who would be interested in it that just don't know, right? They just don't actually know about this stuff and how cool some of the old stuff is too.
I think some of your smaller, unique titles, though, a lot of the stuff I'm looking at in September, there's a lot in there that I'm wow, I'm really, really super excited for because it's different. I'm also scared for because it's different. Because a lot of times your titles that are thinking a little outside the box, they stick for a 12-issue run, and then something else needs to take its place because it just sales-wise. And for those of us that really dig those things, because I like a balanced reading library. I love your big-name heavy hitters. I love your classic characters and all that. But I'm reading a lot of books, and I don't want them all to be the same. I love the creators that are trying something a little different, a little flavor change, and really kind of playing around with what you can do with the comic medium. Well, a lot of those books, I wonder if they might have some digital legs where if you combine digital sales with the retail sales, they might have stuck around. Where, it doesn't hurt the retail. You've got this different audience here of people that Blue Beetle, I think, is one. I still to this day maintain a great example of where Jaime, I think that character is a natural for a digital crowd. The uniform, the whole story presentation of him, I think he would be an easy digital read for people. He looks cool. There's something about him that feels video gamey. Right. And I just think he's a character that I think would do very well that way. And I'm looking at Mr. Terrific. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. Right. His whole MO is really anybody who's doing, computer or video gaming, with the T-Spears and the way that he operates and the technology basis that he works with and stuff, to not think that there is a video game audience for him. I think anybody who's played games like Deus Ex and stuff like that are naturals to read Mr. Terrific, So I do hope that that's what we see from some of this digital transition. Digital's in its infancy for comics. This is still, for a lot of us, we've been talking about it for a number of years now, but it's still, they're comic companies are getting a feel for what that means. Retailers are getting a feel for what that means for them. I'm glad to see pack-ins for some of this digital stuff because you don't want to leave the retailers out in the cold. I'm not an advocate of that. I want whatever initiatives they have to support digital to, in its own way, hopefully have a great backlash of positives for retailers, where there's more awareness of comic books, where comic swag becomes just as cool as video game swag is.
Right. We can go in and people, you know what? People are always worried about the death of physical things.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand where that comes from to an extent. People like stuff. Like, I think we really underestimate how much people like stuff.
Yeah.
And so,
like to be surrounded by stuff.
Yes, surrounded with stuff. Like, I can't stop buying books. I think in the past week, I've purchased like 20-some books or something like that. Like, just, like, you know, cheap at a used bookstore. You find something you like. You find something you never read before, but it looks interesting and it's $4 on the shelf. Like, go buy it, you know? And it's nice, right? I could have got it on. I have a Nook. I could have bought it on the Nook, but I like having stuff. I like stuff, and people like stuff. And this notion that then, like, if digital comics become popular, that no one's going to go to a shop anymore is insane. Like, people are still going to go to shops. They're still going to want to buy toys. They're still going to want to buy, like, the actual books themselves and have books and have short and long boxes full of books. And, like, people still like that kind of stuff. Like, that's never going to go away. Like, that's never going to die out. Because, like, maybe not never, but I don't foresee any time, at least not within my lifetime, that actually completely dying out. Because there's something to be said for the tangibility of things. Like, as of right now, humans have, like, a natural reaction to physical in their hand stuff. And also, you can't do Wednesday comics digitally. Like,
no,
you just can't do it. And that
you could, but it's not going to be the same.
No, right, exactly. Like, you won't have the paper quality, right? Like, you won't be able to feel the paper and, like, the colors. Like, have you seen the hardcover of that book?
I've got it.
Yeah, like, the colors. If you look at it with it's a newspaper, the colors are different. Like, the colors on the newspaper print, they feel different because of the, you know. Or if you look at 80s books, like books from the 80s, the coloring on them is like they look on the page differently than they look now. Like, when you see them reprint some things sometimes, like glossy paper.
Right.
It's a different, or like the Tiny Titans books. Like, the old Johnny DC books used to be on newsprint.
Right.
And the colors are actually different. Like, there's just a different quality to it. And so you can't always get that or replicate it exactly in digital. And some people are going to want to pay for that. Like, they'll pay, like, given a choice between Wednesday comics and digitally and getting it, like, every week in that big format I got it in, I'll pay more to get it that way. Because that was something truly special.
Starman was released in those omnibuses. They went back through and did the entire run. And I have the original issues. And the colors very different between both because of the paper. It was, again, you know, paper issue. Just the way that color work was done back in those days, as far as, you know, I don't know, inks, paper, you know, whatever the combination of the technical aspects of it are. It isn't a bad thing. I really like the omnibuses, but there's a definite, like, there's reasons for me to look back at my originals. Mm-hmm. And I actually just sold off a set because I had 2 sets of the originals. Over time I had gone through them, and I'm like, I'm going to sell off one of my sets on eBay because it's really silly for me to have 2 sets of the main issues and then another, you know, in omnibus format. It's like, you know, there comes a point where it's like, you know, this is what eBay's for. That's very true. How going to digital is not going to take the place of paper. It's going to just be a different medium, a different like trade. I really to this day think comparing digital comics should be compared to trade paperbacks and hardcovers, in the sense that there was this big worry when trade paperbacks came out that the monthly periodicals were going to go to the wayside, and that is not what's happened at all. It has created a trade fan base, a new trade fan base, and honestly, a lot of your Vertigo fans.
Yeah, look at Vertigo. Like, they would not be. I don't think they'd be around still if it wasn't for trades.
Mm-hmm. And that brought in a whole new a bookshop comic fan base.
Yeah.
You know, where there are people that like to buy your Vertigo books, like at your Barnes and Nobles, and may they rest in peace, your Borders and stuff like that. But I mean, you know, any of your regular bookstores, and it opened up that kind of bookseller book front. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I think that, you know, anything that increases awareness of the product is a good thing if it does that. And that's got to be the key, is to make a new, cool niche fan base out of this. Not the old fan base. You got to make a new, cool fan base out of this. That's like what, because Vertigo, well, I do think of that when Vertigo was really, and I don't want to say it's infancy, but when it really got kicking, like with Sandman and all, those Sandman, when really Sandman got big. Actually, Sandman really is the good example of that. And then Vertigo, a lot of Vertigo books, Preacher and all that came after that. When those titles started hitting, it was really, you saw a lot of trades around of people reading those books. And I had friends of mine who were reading Sandman that never read comics before. I remember I was selling suits at the time. I brought in my issues of Sandman, and I was reading them during my lunch break. One of my buddies I was working with there was paging through it because I left it in the back room. And he came in, I kid you not on this, a week later with the first trade of Sandman, because the book had been around long enough that there were trades out. And he came in the next week with Preludes and Nocturnes, and he was reading that there. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And he read exclusively in trades, because that, and I mean, he didn't read a lot of comics, but that brought him into that.
Right. There are people out there who don't like soap operas. They like knowing that their story has, if not a complete ending, that like this part of the story has an ending. Like they like being able to pick it up and having the entire thing right in their hand right away. And there's something to be said for that. Also, there's something to be said that knowing your story actually is going to be finished, and you don't buy 2 issues of a book and then it never finishes itself for 4 years later.
Right.
There is that. So I mean, I was thinking about something else today, really quickly. Well, I hope quickly. Today is June 30th. It's the start of. You play PC games sometimes too, right?
Oh yeah, actually,
you've heard
a lot
Steam?
more now. I have Steam. Yeah. I have a Steam account.
Right. Okay. So this is the beginning of Steam's summer sale event they have every year, and what happens is companies come out there and they put things on huge, giant sales. You can buy some company's entire library of games for up to 85% off, right? And so for $50 or something like that, or for $70, you can walk away with 10, 15, 20, 25 games, and good, long, meaty games at super discounted prices. That got me thinking, that's an excellent way to move product, because it's not costing them some of these games they're not super old, they're just kind of old. But I was just thinking about with this relaunch coming up. Resurrection Man is a book that I had never heard of before this relaunch, right? And I went out and I found a few issues of it at the local stores for 10, 25 cents a piece. And so I've been able to read up now and have an idea of what it is, and it's really cool. But it'd be awesome if on the digital side, you can go, and because of this new thing, they have a sale. You can go buy all of Resurrection Man, the original series, for, let's say, $10 for the entire series right now. Just go do it. Or you can buy, a large chunk of, let's say you can go buy all of Jeff Johns' Flash. Or you can buy, a couple of those Barry Allen Essential books. Mm-hmm. You can buy, a large chunk, 20, 30, 40 issues of Barry Allen Flash to get you caught up with, not caught up, but to get you kind of a feel for, the way the character used to be. And some of those old stories. If you could do that, and you can get it out there for $10 a piece, or varying prices depending on what it is. How awesome would that be? How awesome would it be able to buy All-Star Western, the original All-Star Western series, or to be able to go back and get 40 issues of Jonah Hex for $10? Something that it's not going to hurt you. It's only going to help you, because now a fan can do that and they can go read all the old OMAC stories and without having to search through old comic book conventions or the comic book shop hoping that they have it, and they only have 3 out of the 4 issues of the miniseries for OMAC, right? You can't find the whole thing, but digitally they can get all of it and get it at a super low price. And now they're doing
some of that. Now it's not to the extent you're talking about, but they've done a lot of these 101 sales. Mm-hmm. Where they'll advertise them on their site. I want to see these advertised elsewhere is really what I'd like to see.
Yes.
They're doing 101 issues of usually it's themed to a character or something like that. The most recent one was Wonder Woman. It was 101 Wonder Woman comic books that were 99 cents each. as they're going through. Now, that's not exactly what you're saying here, because I get what you're going for. Like, let's bundle them at really, unique prices, where you can really get those heavy discounts like you're talking about on Steam. Because I know exactly what you're talking about on Steam. Like, I bought like the Valve bundle, I bought the LucasArts bundle, stuff like that. Yeah. And the prices you're getting those games is like insane. But it honestly drove my purchase. Because there was actually, in both cases, there was a couple of games I already had, but still, when you looked at the discount, it was well worth it for me to buy the bundle, because I was still saving an insane amount of money on the sheer amount of content you were getting. So you can do that, and even people who have the physical copies of the comic books can go and do that. Comic book retailers do this, and this is something actually for fans to go on the other and take away the digital end of it, and to support some comic book retailers with this discussion. Comic book retailers, and I'm a big fan of shops that do this, because it takes them a lot of time to put these together. They will bundle runs of comics together at conventions. They will do it in their shops, where you can walk in and browse the shelves. So if you're somebody who's like, well, I don't read monthly, I read trades, go to the comic shops, and you will. There's a lot of times a lot of your better shops will have these amazing bundles put together of ready-to-read full runs of comics. Sometimes they're full story arcs, they're creator-related arcs, or it can be like an A to B, 50 issues of a series back to back. I love that.
My shop, for every event that comes out, whenever the event is over, they put out on the shelf like the entire like main series or the side series they put them all together. So, or they also have like the entire, like they'll put everything Blackest Night. So like Blackest Night ends, when the last book comes out, they stick all of them together. So I forget how many issues there were in total, like the main series and all the mini-series that came along with it. All of them, put them together, bundle up, and sell them off to people for much less than it would cost either to get it in either trade or in if you did it buying each book by itself. And that's brilliant. I got Impulse that way. Like I had never read it, like because I didn't know Kid Flash, right? So they had Impulse. I think I got 30 issues of it for like $10-15. That's worth it to me. Like that was worth it to me to get a whole run of Impulse books without having to actually.
You talk about a fun series. Yeah, you were talking before about like a lot of your DC Kids stuff. See, that's part of the problem I have with the DC Kids label, is that I think your fan that would like a book like Impulse would easily like any of the DC Kids titles. And if they were labeled all ages, I think that audience would read one of those books. And I don't know what the answer is on that end again, but I think your Impulse fan would have easily read Billy Batson.
That book was so like Billy Batson, like man. That's the best Captain Marvel story I think I may have ever read. Like, that book was special. Like,
and I loved Power of Shazam. I thought that was absolutely true. And so this isn't taking anything away from that. It's complimenting Billy Batson. Billy Batson was fun, accessible, extremely well written, great use of the characters. Honestly, if anything, I would say any fan who liked Power of Shazam by Jerry Ordway, which was terrific. So please, I'm not knocking that series by any stretch, but talk about a great modern day telling of the Billy Batson story. For everything that Power of Shazam did back in the day, this did it today.
Freddy, like the way they handled the Freddy story, I thought was one of the best ways I've ever seen them handling that story, where a character has to go through emotional trauma and like has this like misdirected anger and all this kind of stuff. Without it, like it never once got mired in its own like depression, right? Because like the story that happens to Freddy is that's a serious issue now. Like this kid is now paralyzed, right? Like, that's a big deal. And they handle it in such a way that you read it and you feel the seriousness of it, but there's still, at the end of the day, like a hopeful, like lighthearted message coming out at the end of it.
Yeah, and you keep hoping that he will connect. Like he had that whole turmoil with Billy, where it wasn't with Billy, it was with Captain Marvel, where he was really against Captain Marvel, and you kept hoping at the end that he would kind of wake up and smell the coffee and come back to the side of the angels, and you get to see really the hero being selfless to him too in Captain Marvel, because Captain Marvel would have every reation to just say, hey, after what you've done to me, dude, I'm going to leave you off to the side, because Freddy really got very dark there for a bit, and it actually joined up with Black Adam. And the way the whole story works out, I'm not going to say too much other than to just tell people, it's a great example of hero becoming villain, becoming hero, and that is not an easy process. That's a roller coaster filled with many speed bumps along the way.
Right.
And it was such a great journey. And the whole series is just, I can't recommend it highly enough. If you missed this one, and like you said, low print runs and stuff like that. But trades, that's an example of one that's been collected or being collected as it's going along. And I would highly recommend.
Yep.
Well, Micah, is there anything else you want to add in before we kind of wrap up this segment?
Ooh, I'm hopeful that if these books, some of these books, they're going to bomb, right? Like, we know some of these books are going to come out and absolutely flop. My hope is that DC understands this. I think they do. I think you don't put out Resurrection Man and, like, have any hopes of high success with that book, right? But my hope is that DC lets these things ride out, right? That even when the sales are low for these things, because I mean, they've proven they can do it. Jonah Hex is not selling like excellently every month, and neither was Secret Six, right? But Secret Six ran for 30-some issues, even though the sales are not like always there. So I'm hoping that DC will just let some of these books ride out, because you just never know. Like, even though it may not sell well, you may get the best story you've ever read in a comic book might be in one of these low-selling books. Like, you never know. Frankenstein might do it for you, right? Like,
both of those books you just mentioned, Jonah Hex and Secret Six,
yeah,
in my top 5 list every month.
Yep.
I cannot stop reading either of those books. I was thrilled to see that we're getting Jonah Hex. Yeah, I mean, All-Star Western continuing. I'm hoping at some point in time we get Secret Six again, because I adored... I shouldn't say, I don't want to say it in the past because it's still here. I'm adoring Secret Six right now. It's every month. No, all kidding aside, if I had to go down to 5 books right now, those 2 would easily be in my 5.
Mm-hmm. And so, like, I'm hoping that DC has kind of let some things ride. And you never know. Like, I know Walking Dead is the super anomaly, right? But there's a chance. Like, there's always a chance that one of these books might catch fire later on. Like, it might, some deep into its run, like a few issues into it or a few trades into it, right? Like, maybe a book gets 2 trades out there and people go, oh, wow, this actually is really good. And then, like, word of mouth can spread, and all of a sudden you have a hit on your hand where initially this book sold nothing at all. And so, like, it can happen. Like, it can. Like, maybe not. Like, I doubt it, but...
Do you think that there's any of these that stand a better chance than they would have because of the fact that everything's going to be number 1 that month? Like, is that going to draw people to maybe check out some of the DC books that they may have normally passed by?
I think Legion, the one where which one is Legion in, like, the current timeline where Legion Lost?
Yeah,
I think that's a book that could stand, because, like, I personally don't read Legion books, but that's only because, like, I'm still mad about Tyrock. So, like, how, like, I understand Legion is weird continuity wise, because that book is all over the place because of just the way they've done things. But, like, do you know the story of Tyrock and, like, the origin they gave him?
Oh,
where, like,
100% no. And Levitz actually addressed that in the current run.
Okay.
And actually took the character and made it. It was one of those characters that he made a mission to take that character and make him into a character of substance, other than what was originally done with him.
Yeah,
he took the avenue, instead of ignoring the character, he said, "Why don't we take the character and make him really into something?"
Right.
And he's done that on his run, and specifically because of the fact, I mean, there's a character that you can say, what were they thinking?
Yeah. So, like, now hearing that now, I'll definitely go and check out that run of Legion, because I've read Legion here and there, but on the whole, I've never been, like, super attached to it, because I was wondered how we got to the future, and everybody in the future is white. Like, everybody in the future is white or, like, a funny green colored alien, and so. But, like, looking at Legion, like, ignoring that part of Legion, I feel like Legion is often, people, like, Legion fans are always there. But if you're not a Legion fan, like, the future stuff, sometimes people can get a little weirded out on. And so I think Legion Lost, being a number 1 with everything else, has a chance of really, like, gaining some momentum and some steam. Like, I think that book will do well by being on there. Like, Frankenstein The Paul Cornell book. I've lost my brain. Etrigan, right?
Yeah.
That book might be able to do something for being a number one because,
the Demons had
on a
some
fresh
pretty.
slate.
The Demons had some pretty successful runs, and I think
Yes.
with there being a series of books that are set in the supernatural, there might be a chance to draw an audience from maybe another supernatural book that they're picking up. Like your Swamp Thing coming back and stuff like that. That maybe wouldn't have been before.
I think that those books have a chance of floating each other. Like, I think there's a chance that you'll read Justice League Dark and be like, oh, these characters are kind of cool, and then kind of branch out and look at Swamp Thing and look at Etrigan. Because I think, isn't Madame Xanadu in both Etrigan and Justice League Dark?
I believe, I know for sure she's in Justice League Dark. I'm not 100% sure.
Like, I thought I read somewhere that she's going to show up in the Demon Knights book. And if that's true, like, there's another end for somebody. And so I think there's a chance that these books can float each other because we know Shadow Pact, like, that didn't last long. So...
And I loved Shadow Pact because I don't know a lot of those characters, and
I didn't know any of them before reading that book, like
Right.
Ragman and all those people.
Yeah, by the way, Tyrok's costume is completely changed now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he looks nothing like he did before. That was one of the things Levitz did right away. He looks completely different than he did back in the day. Because it was funny. I didn't know who Tyrok was when Levitz introduced him in this run. And for years, I guess Levitz, I was looking. This is on Wikipedia, so you can take a lot of this with a grain of salt.
Grain of salt, yeah.
But I think he avoided using the character when he did because of the character's history. And I think he's become more of a. Another great example would be Black Lightning. Where Black Lightning was a character who I think over time has been very good to Black Lightning. He's become a character who I think now I thought his Justice League run where he was on the team there I thought was a significant step forward for the character. I think he is a power player if used right, and I loved him in Outsiders too. So he's a character who I think has benefited from that, and I think Tyrok very similarly is another character who has benefited from modernization of the character.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they looked at that and said this was not cool. And we can come through and kind of fix that story. Because, like, the implications of the story that weren't on the page was that all the black people in the DC universe were on an island. Like, that was it. Like, all the ones that were left on that little island that Tyrok came from.
And Levitz didn't ignore the character's past in the sense that, he didn't try to wipe out all of that. I see, and I'm actually a bigger fan of this when they evolve characters and situations and turn it into something where it becomes a political injustice thing versus it being a swept under the carpet like, oh, that just never happened.
Right. I like whenever we can look at this thing and no, that did happen. Like, because I feel like my fear whenever they try to correct things that need to be correct, like some things need to be corrected, right? Mm-hmm. Like there are some books that came out, like Pie Face, you can't have that, right? Like that's just not cool. But don't get rid of Pie Face. Like, give him a name. Like, I know he had a name, but like call him by his name and make this character important. And now you can undo some of the damage you've done. Like, don't pretend it didn't happen. Like, we know it happened. We read those books. So come in and make something good out of it. So, like, not to redeem it, but well,
there is ways though to turn that into stories about why it was wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I mean, you don't have to say that you can do it in a way where you address real world issues. And then evolve the character into something where there's a relevancy to the character. Tyrok, I don't know, I'd be curious, if you do read any of the more modern Tyrok, I would be really curious to see what you think. To see if Levitz is on the mark. Because I as a character, I didn't know from the past, so I didn't have that kind of issue. Now, when I looked on Wikipedia and I saw that, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, really? Somebody thought that was a good idea? And they have an interesting article on there, and I don't know how true any of that is, but it's, comments from Mike Grell about why he didn't like to use the character because of obvious reasons. But the modernization of him, great look for him. They've turned him into a member. He feels like a veteran Legion member, and he's more of a Jon Stewart type character now. I don't want to. I got to be careful saying that because Jon Stewart to me feels like a a hero who's been around for a while. He's got experience. You respect him right away. Tyrock feels like a character I respect now. That's what I'm going for with him. You know,
Right.
like I feel like he's not one of the newer, like they're doing Legion Academy right now. He doesn't feel like a Legion Academy or a substitute heroes guy. He feels like he is a full-fledged member of the Legion they all look up to and respect, just like they would anybody else. And which is what, he's been around for so long, he should be in that role. So
yeah, like I think that the Legion book, the one that's set in like modern times, can have like that can do a lot of good stuff for it, like by being new. Also, I think Grant Morrison doing Action Comics has a chance to be completely wacky, and we can only hope.
Look, is there anything that you're thinking of picking up that you're surprised you're going to pick up? Like, I mean, is there a title? Because to me, what's interesting about, I mean, I think you're going to get a large amount of people obviously picking up Action Comics for just what you said. I think Superman's going to draw a lot. You know, some of these books that I think are top-tier characters that maybe haven't been selling as well as what you'd expect are going to jump back up to sales numbers that you would expect for them. Mm-hmm. But is there anything that you're looking at where you're like, geez, I can't believe I'm really excited to grab this, but I think I'm going to try this out.
All right, there's one book that, like, I'm not embarrassed, but like, it's kind of because everything I've been talking, like, I want like different kind of stories, and I don't like everything being dark and gritty all the time, and people being like a lot of anger in books. That all said, like, I'm actually surprisingly excited for Jason Todd for Red Hood and the Outlaws. Like,
I am too.
Like, I saw the cover and I was like, for no reason at all, it makes me smile. Like, there's just something weird, like something about Jason Todd and Roy Harper and Starfire, like something about that book is super appealing to me. Like, even though it's like those characters all have things in the background that are magnificently gritty. Like, you know, Jason Todd's whole history is like just atrocious. Like the crowbar stuff and all that, coming back from the dead and being like an insane bad guy is crazy. Like Roy Harper with the drug usage, and then, you know, everything that happened in Cry for Justice and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, even if that doesn't happen, like, we don't know, but like that whole history of that character has been like mired in grit. And then, like, I'm not as familiar, like, my Starfire is, you know, Teen Titans Go, so like I know that isn't how Starfire actually works, but I only know her from that cartoon, and so like I have a very false like impression of her. But that and from 52, so I'm just really excited to see what they're gonna what they're doing with these characters and what role they're gonna perform in this universe, and like how that's gonna like. And I had no prior to, like, if you had told me like a year ago for some reason that they're gonna put a book with Jason Todd and Arsenal and Starfire in it, I'd have been like, no thanks, I'm good on that. And then they show it, and I'm like, oh well, you know what? Maybe I will. Like, maybe I will. And similar thing for Animal Man, only because of the writer. Because,
well, I like that we have two former Titans getting together with Roy Harper and Starfire. So I do think that there's that interesting link. I like that she is the relatively squeaky clean one of the group.
yes.
And I mean, it's not that she's ever had like a really, you know, bad path to her, but I mean, you know, she tends to be like this warrior that she tends to be a little bit of a grittier member on the teams that she tends to be in a lot of times, where people got to remind her that, you know, we're on Earth, not on Tamaran, and I love that, considering that those two in the lineup. You're right, it has a lot of potential to it, and the Red Hood to me has been one of those where my feelings about him, depending on who's writing him, depends on how much I'm really enjoying that character. Because there's been times where I've adored him since his return, and there's been times where I've thought he's missed the mark a little bit. I'm really looking forward to actually seeing that one too. It's
like, I'm like it's one of those books where like I feel like for no real reason at all, like, I feel like I shouldn't be excited about this book in particular, but yet it's to the top of my list. Like, my list is not heavy because I still like. As far as what I'm going to get every month, it's a very small list. I think it's only 7 titles on here, 7 or 8 titles that I'm going to get every month after I've looked at it. But that's on the list, and like, I did not think at all that it was going to be there. And so,
but see, that to me, that's going to, I think, decide what the success of this is. It's not going to be the people picking up your usual suspects. I think that, especially if you get a new audience picking those books up that maybe normally wouldn't, you know, fans who maybe through newspapers have heard about this, that maybe in September stopping to a comic shop to pick up some of these titles. If that type of thing happens, that's a sign of success. And also people picking up titles that they're like, woo, I never read this one before, but I'm picking up, these other ground floor titles. Maybe I'll try this one this time around because I'm already in that mood, in that mode of new. So maybe I'll give like a Resurrection Man. That was a shot because I'm actually interested in the premise. So I'm probably gonna grab that one.
It's an amazing premise. How does this not happen more? I feel the same way about Dial H for Hero. Like, this is an awesome premise. Why don't we see more of this? Like, the dude dies all the time, and every time he comes back, there's a new power. Like, creativity-wise, like, that's, like, what more could you ask for?
Yes, I mean, that's what I'm hoping from this, is that we start seeing some concepts that are your cutting-edge, like, breakout. I want to see a Sandman out of this. I mean, in the sense that that title where you get a creative team and they make something go that nobody expected to be a biggie out of it.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by that. I don't mean like
the actual Sandman.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to see the breakout title. That one that's like a shock. I want to see a Starman. I want to see that one where it has a big 80-issue run because out of nowhere people were behind it. So I'm hoping we get that. Well, Micah, I want to thank you for coming on today.
No problem.
You and I were exchanging like 4 or 5 emails back and forth and having a great conversation. But I'm like, as with anything when you do it with text, I think tone gets lost.
Exactly.
And I thought we were having a great conversation when you started talking about like some of your hopes for diversity and hitting on specific regions like Africa and things like that. And I'm like, well, no, I'd rather do this on the show because I think this is a unique voice and a unique opportunity to expose some of our listeners to some different ideas on what could be good about this launch and what are some things that need to happen during this launch as well, because I think those are just as essential as well. What are some hopes?
Can I say one thing?
Sure,
I just thought of it when you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Oh, what DC really needs to do is market these books in different areas. Like it's good that you have you're gonna have like a bunch of like different characters, the black people on the cover of the books.
Mm-hmm.
Get those in front of black people, perhaps. Maybe I'm just saying, right? Like that could help you out. Blue Beetle speaks Spanish, right? Like this is a thing. In Tiny Titans, they actually had a whole segment on him, like him speaking Spanish with Masaminas, which is awesome. And it was not translated at all. It was just straight Spanish, which is cool.
They did that for an issue of the previous Blue Beetle series.
Yeah, they had a run of that.
Yeah.
And so do that. Do things. Mark, like these books have a potential to get an audience that you're not going to get otherwise, right? Because people like identifying with people that kind of resemble them in a way, right? It's wish fulfillment fantasy. Like this is all pretty much wish fulfillment stuff here. And so if you can fulfill someone's wish, like they don't know that this exists, like get it in their face. Like put it, like advertise somewhere where somebody like this might actually see it. Like do these things. Like I forget where I saw it, but like Marvel put out that Spider-Man Human Torch book, and it was entirely they did 2 of them. One of them was in English, and one of them was in Spanish. Like they had it translated that way, both ways. But I have friends who read that book in Spanish because Spanish is their first language, and they saw that book and were like super excited. They're like, "Oh, look, this is clearly made just for me." And so DC would be very, very well advised to do what they can to find the audience that they don't currently have, and kind of put these books in front of their faces.
Yeah. And there's really enough in the lineup to reach a lot of different people.
Oh yeah,
I think that's where we're all going to be. That's where you start connecting people who you wouldn't normally expect to be chatting about a book because they're both reading the same book. And it's just a completely different. They come from different walks of life and everything like that, and they're connecting over this title. I miss the fact that comics are read more widely than they are now, because it used to be a periodical where adults, teenagers, and kids all read them because it was a form of entertainment that was like television. It was because before that you had radio shows and things like that straight on through. When I was growing up as a kid, when you walk into a comic shop, the diversity of people in their age groups was insane. Like there were so many people that I only saw at the comic shop. And it wasn't just my current friends. It was people who I met from the comic shop. And I want to see more of that. And online, you're encountering all kinds of different... I want to see more forums branching up of people who really want to talk about what they're enjoying about their comics and what's drawing them to the comics and kind of advertising them. But like you said, this is only going to work if we're reaching new audiences and if we're targeting new audiences across the board. I think there's so many different audiences that have potential to be reached by this, and I'm hoping that happens.
All right. Yeah, so that's it. May I self-promote for a second?
Oh, anytime, please.
All right, so I am a co-host of a podcast now called Geek Brunch. Yeah, with a good friend Mike Myers and Bill Bomer. Mike Myers is also the co-host of DC Noise.
I'm very familiar with Geek Brunch. So.
And I think Daryl Taylor's on DC Noise too. So
yes, he just joined up. Daryl was on our last episode talking about DC Noise. So
yeah, like. So Mike Myers is one of my co-hosts on Geek Brunch, and so you can listen to me talk there as well.
And where will they find Geek Brunch?
They will find it on geekbrunchpodcast.com. We release every other Thursday, and they're because the shows are about 3 hours long a piece, and so sort of like Raging Bullets, where like we start and then we stop whenever. So.
That's perfect. Well, there'll be links in the show notes and then, of course, on our website to Geek Brunch. So please make sure to listen if you're not already. Thank you again for the amount of time you gave us tonight.
That's no problem.
Nothing like the handy-dandy electro claw for carving through metal doors.
I do want to remind everyone we are proud members of the Comics Podcast Network and the League of Comic Book Podcasts. I want to remind everyone about our sponsor special. All 52 DC #1 titles, special discount, $79.74. That's 50% off the price of $159.48. And I want to thank DCBService.com for giving everyone that price point to try out the DC titles. So that's very cool. So September, if you're looking for a great deal on that, DCBService.com is the way to go. Over at InStockTrades.com. In August, I want to remind everyone we're going to be discussing League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Volume 1, the trade paperback. Regularly $14.95, 38% off, only $9.27. So be sure to join us for that classic story in August. And as far as next week's show goes, I'm going to be having some friends join me from Comic Timing. Jim's still going to be on his vacation, and we're going to be discussing a whole bunch of comic topics, and we're actually in the process of working that out, which is why I'm being a little vague at the moment. But we're going to be discussing some in-depth issues on that episode, and I want to thank Ian and Brent for joining me. And then the following week, Jim will be back. So we will see everyone next week.
Ciao. Arrivederci.
Flying through space and time, 1,000 different lifetimes. Faded for love and flaws and incredibly clear sightlines. Swinging your mace around, such a practical outlook. Helping the JSA and occasionally supporting your own book. Hawkman, Hawkman. Eagle eyes can't see. Hawkman, your plan. And what you do to me, Hawkman. The villains are closing in, be they Thanin Guard or Egyptian. Working so hard to thwart you and Hawkgirl's mission. The odds are not on your side, and danger seems to stack up.